Have you ever wondered what early humans actually did all day? Before cities, before farming, before written history, when survival depended on every sound in the dark, every track in the mud, and every ember still glowing before dawn tonight? We step into that lost world, not the myth, but the real rhythm of prehistoric life waking cold, searching for food, reading the land, protecting the fire, and trying to make it to another night. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, night is not really over, but the world is already awake. Somewhere beyond the reach of the embers, in the dark margins between brush and stone, something moves with the quiet certainty of a creature that hunts before dawn. The air is cold enough to make breath visible. Moisture clings to grass, hides, hair, and bare skin. The ground remembers yesterday's warmth no better than a stone remembers the hand that touched it. Above, the sky is still thick with stars, though the eastern horizon has begun to pale, and in that faint change of colour lies one of the oldest human experiences on Earth, the feeling that another day must be survived before it can be understood. There is no village bell here, no written calendar, no neat line between home and wilderness. There is only a sleeping cluster of human beings in a shallow shelter of rock, brush, hide, branches, or perhaps nothing more than a place chosen for its slight advantage over the surrounding land. A rise with a better view, a hollow out of the wind, a ledge that keeps rain from falling directly on faces, a place close enough to water to matter, but not so close that flood, insects, or predators make rest impossible. One of the first truths about early human life is that the day does not begin with purpose in the modern sense. It begins with condition, temperature, light, noise, smell, the state of the fire, if there is one, the ache in the legs, the memory of where food might still be found. Before ambition, before trade, before architecture, before anything later, civilizations will call history. There is this constant negotiation with the immediate world. When people imagine early humans, they often imagine a blank category, as if all prehistoric lives blur together into one endless scene of fur, stone, and hardship. But the human past stretches over such immense spans of time that even asking what early humans did all day requires care. A day lived by Homo erectus on an African lakeshore hundreds of thousands of years ago is not the same as a day lived by Neanderthals in Ice Age Europe, and neither is identical to the routines of early Homo sapiens moving through river valleys, woodlands, coasts, and open grasslands. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single reconstruction can fully account for every place, species, or climate. What survives in the record suggests variation everywhere. Yet for all that variation, certain patterns repeat with remarkable force. Survival is not an event, it is a structure. It fills the day with repeated acts so ordinary they rarely fossilize waking, scanning, listening, tending, carrying, searching, scraping, chewing, teaching, waiting, watching the weather, reading the land, and trying, somehow, to last until dark returns. That is part of the difficulty in imagining prehistoric life. The most important things are often the least visible. Archaeology is better at preserving the durable than the daily. Stone survives, bone survives sometimes. Hearth stains, butchered marks, ash lenses, pollen grains, shells, teeth, footprints pressed into ancient mud, cut marks on animal remains, residues on tools, microscopic wear on edges, fragments of pigment, bits of charred seed, and the occasional astonishing burial or preserved campsite, these are the clues. But the full motion of a day is mostly gone. Laughter does not preserve well. Neither does boredom. Neither does the small fatigue of carrying a child while crossing uneven ground, or the quiet concentration of prying edible roots from stubborn earth. So when trying to understand what early humans really did all day, the task is not to recover one perfect schedule, as if prehistory can be arranged into tidy hourly blocks. It is to rebuild a rhythm from traces and from comparison, using what is known about ancient environments, human anatomy, hunter-gatherer lifeways, animal behavior, tool use, energy needs, and the deep logic of survival. And the first thing that becomes clear is that early human life is not best understood as primitive idleness, interrupted by occasional bursts of dramatic action. That picture is convenient, but it is wrong. Prehistoric existence is not a long pause between mammoth hunts. It is active, skilled, and mentally crowded. Even a quiet day demands attention. Where is the water level now compared with yesterday? Which fruits are overripe? Which shellfish beds are worth the walk? Which scavengers have already found the carcass? Are those hoofprints fresh? Did the wind change in the night? Has the smoke scent drifted too far? Is a child feverish? Is someone limping? Are there strangers nearby? The modern world often mistakes constant physical strain for the whole of ancient life, but cognitive strain may be just as important. To be alive in a landscape without walls is to monitor everything. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. In a strange way, one of the biggest obstacles to seeing early humans clearly is familiarity. They are called human, after all, and so the mind is tempted to pull them closer than the evidence allows, dressing them in modern motives, or pushing them farther away into an almost animal simplicity. The truth lies somewhere more unsettling. They are recognizably human enough that many of their concerns feel hauntingly familiar: food, warmth, safety, children, injury, companionship, memory. Yet their world is radically unlike the one most people know. They do not live inside systems that absorb uncertainty. There is no stocked kitchen, no hospital, no insulated roof guaranteed to remain overhead, no external storage of knowledge beyond memory, habit, and teaching. The day is not buffered. If food is scarce, the body knows quickly. If weather turns, there may be little defense except movement and improvisation. If a tool breaks, someone must know how to fix it. If fire goes out in bad conditions, the loss can be serious. Daily life rests on fragile continuities. Even the landscape itself is not a backdrop. It is part of the schedule. A river crossing that is easy this week may be dangerous after rain. A plain that seems empty at noon may become rich with game in another season. A shoreline can feed a group reliably, but tides and storms make their own demands. A forest offers cover, fuel, fruits, nuts, insects, and small prey. But it can also conceal threats and slow movement. Open country reveals danger more clearly, yet exposes bodies to wind, heat, and distance. In many prehistoric settings, the land decides what kinds of mornings are possible. Early humans do not merely move across terrain. They live inside a shifting set of negotiations with it. This is why the word day itself is more complicated than it first appears. In modern life, a day is divided by clocks and social structures. It begins when the alarm rings and ends when schedules permit. In prehistory, time is measured differently. Light matters, season matters, hunger matters, animal movement matters, the body matters. Some tasks belong to cool morning hours, some to the harsh brightness of midday. Some begin only when shadows lengthen. Some continue into darkness near the fire. Sleep itself may not always come as one uninterrupted block. Anthropologists studying recent foraging societies have sometimes observed flexible patterns of rest, waking, conversation, and vigilance during the night, and while no direct analogy should be forced onto every ancient population, such comparisons are useful. Scholars still debate how closely the lives of recent hunter-gatherers can stand in for deep prehistory, because environments, technologies, and histories differ greatly. Still, they remind us that the daily cycle of early humans is likely more fluid, more responsive, and less standardized than modern imagination prefers. And then there is the question of who counts as early humans. The phrase gathers together a long procession of beings across deep time: Homo habilis, Homo erectus, archaic humans, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and anatomically modern humans in their early worlds. Some shape stone with methods that seem simple until one tries to reproduce them and discovers how much precision is required. Some control fire, though the timing and regularity of that control remain debated in the earlier record. Some travel long distances across harsh environments. Some care for injured companions. Some bury their dead, or at least treat bodies in ways that suggest concern beyond immediate practicality. Some leave ornaments, pigments, engravings, or traces of symbolic life. Across this immense chronology, daily existence changes slowly and unevenly, yet at the centre remains a recurring fact most human history passes before farming, before cities, before kings, before writing, before permanent borders, the ordinary day of foragers, scavengers, hunters, gatherers, toolmakers, caregivers, and wanderers is not a prelude to history. It is history for the overwhelming majority of our species' existence. That thought alone has a way of changing the scale of things. Nearly everything familiar in recorded civilization occupies a very thin layer at the end of the story. The older and longer human condition is movement, adaptation, improvisation, and intimate dependence on local ecology. Agriculture will eventually alter time itself, making planting, storage, harvest, surplus, taxation, and settlement into new organizers of the day. But before fields, granaries, and walls reorder human attention, there are countless mornings like this one, dim, cold, uncertain, and absolutely real. A group stirs, someone wakes first, or has not fully slept. Ash is nudged, hands reach toward a faint heat. A child shifts closer to an older body. The smell of old smoke clings to hair and skin. Somewhere nearby, perhaps hidden in the darkness, lies a tool placed deliberately before sleep because losing it would matter. A sharpened point. A scraper, a hammerstone whose weight already fits the hand. The glamorous image of prehistory tends to favour peaks of action hunts, fights, discoveries, migrations. But no one can live at the peak. Most days are made of maintenance. This is as true in the Pleistocene as anywhere else. The body must be maintained with food and rest. Fire must be maintained, if possessed. Social bonds must be maintained. Knowledge must be maintained through use and repetition. Equipment must be maintained before failure becomes dangerous. Paths, safe places, and seasonal expectations must be maintained in memory. In this sense, the earliest human day is not empty at all. It is crowded with invisible work. There is also a lesson in what does not happen. Early humans are not constantly locked in dramatic combat with beasts at every hour. Such a life would be short and statistically absurd. Much of survival depends instead on avoidance, anticipation, and wise inefficiency, doing enough, not too much, spending energy where returns are possible, choosing caution over spectacle. A carcass may be abandoned if signs of larger predators appear. A foraging route may be shifted because the risk is wrong. A water source may be avoided at certain times. Heroics are expensive. In evolutionary terms, survival often favors those who reduce unnecessary danger. That quieter logic rarely dominates popular imagination, but it likely dominates the day. At the same time, early human life is not merely fear stretched from sunrise to sunset. Alongside danger, there is familiarity. Even harsh landscapes become readable to those who know them well. Certain trees mean water is not far. Certain bird calls mean disturbance. Certain tracks mean a herd passed at dawn. Certain rock shelters hold dryness in storms. Certain slopes warm quickly after cold nights. There is comfort in competence. A place can be hard without being unknown. This matters because the prehistoric day is not lived by people who see their world as a terrifying abstraction. They see a lived terrain dense with cues. Knowledge lightens fear, though never completely. This is perhaps one of the most surprising details that emerges from the evidence, and from careful reconstruction, daily prehistoric life likely contains not only labour and risk, but skillful routine so refined that much of it looks effortless from within. To an outsider, a patch of scrubland or tidal flat might seem barren. To those who know it, it is full of timed opportunities. To an outsider, a stone is only a stone. To a practiced hand, it is raw material with grain, angle, promise, and limit. To an outsider, weather is inconvenience. To early humans, it is scheduling, hazard, clue, and possibility. In that sense, the lost texture of ancient life may not be brute hardship alone, but expertise on a level most later societies gradually forget. So before any one person rises fully into the dawn, before feet begin to move and hunger turns into organized action, the shape of the day is already there, waiting to be read from light, air, body, and ground. The first human mornings do not come with plans written down, yet they are not shapeless. They are structured by need, by memory, by season, by what was learned yesterday and what can no longer be delayed. Soon there will be decisions about where to go, what to carry, who stays near camp, who moves out, whether embers survive, whether the weather can be trusted, whether recent signs of prey remain useful, whether the body has the strength it had before. Soon the landscape will begin to reveal its offerings and its refusals. Soon the ordinary work of staying human in a dangerous world will begin again. And perhaps that is the first answer to the question: what did early humans really do all day before anything else? They inhabited uncertainty with discipline. They woke into a world that did not care whether they understood it, and survived by learning to understand it anyway. As the light strengthens, the world becomes less mysterious and more demanding. Shapes that were shadows only moments ago separate into brush, stone, branches, sleeping bodies, discarded bone, damp hides, the pale suggestion of a path worn by repeated passage. Cold lingers low to the ground. Hands are stiff. Joints complain before they are fully awake. The first task is not grand and usually not chosen. It is assessment. Early humans likely begin the day by taking stock of what remains and what has changed. Is the fire still alive beneath the ash, or has the night taken it? Has anything been dragged away by scavengers? Did rain come in the dark? Is the child who coughed before sleep now quiet, or too quiet? Does the old injury in someone's leg feel worse in the morning chill? The evidence does not preserve these exact moments, but the logic of bodily life makes them almost unavoidable. The day cannot begin until the condition of the group and the condition of the place are known. This is one of the easiest parts of prehistory to underestimate, because modern life hides how much thought goes into simply beginning. The average morning today is cushioned by stored food, predictable shelter, and infrastructure invisible until it fails. In deep prehistory, every beginning is more exposed. That exposure does not mean constant panic. It means attentiveness. A person rising from sleep does not step into a controlled interior, but into a living field of possibilities, some ordinary, some dangerous. The ground itself may tell part of the story. Tracks in soft earth near the shelter can reveal whether animals passed close in the night. Disturbed ash may mean something nosed around the edge of camp. Bird behavior, often overlooked in modern reconstructions, may have mattered more than people think. Sudden silence or agitation in the dawn can signal movement long before eyes confirm it. What survives in the record suggests that early humans, like many skilled foragers in later eras, live in a world of subtle signals that compress information into glance and sound. If there is fire, someone tends it. That one act already changes the tone of the morning. A revived ember means warmth. Cooked leftovers, if any remain. Hardened points, perhaps. A chance to smoke insects away. A centre to gather around. And perhaps most importantly, continuity. Fire is not just a tool. It is proof that yesterday extends into today. Scholars still debate the timing, consistency, and sophistication of fire use across different human species and periods, especially far back in the record. The evidence is uneven and often contested, but wherever controlled fire becomes reliable, the dawn begins differently. Ash is stirred carefully. Dry material is added in the right order. Breath and patience do the rest. A weak flame is not merely convenient. It is a small victory over the night. Without it, the morning is sharper, colder, and more costly in energy. Around that centre, the group begins to reassemble itself from sleep. The pattern is unlikely to be uniform. Different ages wake differently. Children may stir early or cling to warmth. Older individuals may rise more slowly, their value resting less in speed than in memory and judgment. Some adults may already be alert before full light, especially if plans depend on moving early while the air is cool or before animals alter their routes. One of the misleading habits of modern storytelling is to imagine prehistoric groups as synchronized in a simple, almost military way. Real life is rarely so neat. People wake unevenly. Responsibilities overlap. Personal ability, age, health, weather, and season shape who does what first. No single explanation fully accounts for labour patterns across all prehistoric societies, and scholars still debate how tightly tasks were divided by sex versus skill, age, and situation. But there is little reason to imagine a static scene in which everyone performs identical roles at identical times. A camp waking at dawn is probably a soft burst of different urgencies happening together. Hunger begins early. It may not always arrive as acute pain, especially if some food was eaten the night before, but it is never distant for long. This is another place where popular imagination distorts things. Early humans are often pictured either as permanently starving or as intermittently feasting on dramatic game. In truth, daily life likely falls somewhere between. Caloric uncertainty is real, yet most days cannot be spent on the edge of collapse, or no long survival would be possible. The morning therefore carries a practical question. What is the fastest, safest, and most reliable path to energy today? Sometimes the answer lies close at hand. Bits of marrow left in bones, stored plant foods, if any short-term storage exists, shellfish beds reachable with the tide, fruit that can be gathered quickly, tubers remembered from a nearby patch. Sometimes the answer demands movement across greater distance. Sometimes it demands a calculated gamble. The body does not care whether a strategy is elegant. It only cares whether energy comes back. The light now spreads across the terrain, and with it the geography of risk becomes visible. This matters because dawn is not just a beginning for humans, it is a beginning for everything else. Predators return from night movements or settle after them. Herbivores change feeding patterns. Birds lift from roosts. Insects wake with temperature. The smell of damp earth, old smoke, animal traces, and human bodies mingles in the cool air. To live in such a world is to wake into competition before breakfast. A water source nearby may be valuable, but dawn is also when many creatures approach water. Open ground may offer visibility, but at the cost of exposure. Dense cover may conceal edible plants and small prey, but also conceal teeth. Even within a familiar home range, the same path is not safe in every season or at every hour. A person stepping away from camp carries not just a tool but a map of caution. There is a quieter dimension to this hour as well, one that archaeology almost never captures directly. Morning is when social mood can harden or soften. Fatigue, hunger, soreness, grief, irritation, and relief all sit close to the surface. If an elder dies, if a child is sick, if a hunt failed yesterday, if strangers were glimpsed nearby, those facts shape the first minutes of light. Early human groups are not machines for turning landscape into calories. They are social beings with tension, familiarity, dependency, affection, memory, and probably annoyance in regular supply. This is important because cooperation does not emerge from nowhere. It has to be sustained through all the small frictions of close life. The prehistoric morning is therefore not only ecological but relational. Who shares warmth? Who is trusted to range farther? Who receives help first when movement begins? Who is listened to when signs are uncertain? These details rarely fossilize, yet they may have mattered as much as spear points. For some individuals, the day begins with carrying. Even before active foraging or hunting starts, objects and obligations must move. A child too young to keep pace. A water container if such technology is available in that time and place. A digging stick, hammerstone, cutting edge, a bundle of dry tinder, a wrapped hide, a piece of usable wood too valuable to abandon, perhaps embers transported when fire must travel. Many prehistoric materials vanish from the record because they are perishable, and this can create a false impression that early humans owned almost nothing beyond stone tools. In reality, wood, fiber, skin, sinew, bark, plant cordage, and simple containers may have played major roles in daily life but left little trace. The evidence remains incomplete, yet ethnographic comparison and useware studies strongly suggest that the morning load of necessary items could be more varied than bare archaeological finds imply. The day does not begin with empty hands. And then there is the body itself, which enters the day carrying yesterday inside it. Muscles remember climbing, walking, crouching, digging, throwing, lifting, and sleeping on unforgiving ground. Feet matter enormously in worlds built on movement. So do shoulders, backs, knees, teeth, and skin. A small cut can become a serious problem. A blister slows everything. A strained ankle changes the day's radius. Early humans do not begin each morning reset and restored. They begin with wear. One of the lesser-known truths of prehistoric life is how much of it may have turned on the management of minor damage. Spectacular injury leaves striking evidence in skeletons, but ordinary soreness probably governs far more decisions. A group member who cannot travel far changes foraging choices. Someone recovering from a wound may remain near the shelter, shifting labour patterns around them. This is daily life at its most practical. Survival is often reorganised by inconvenience before it is threatened by catastrophe. Morning also reveals whether the chosen place still deserves to be occupied. Camps are not permanent by default, even where a group returns repeatedly to favoured sites. Each stay must justify itself. Is fuel still nearby? Has local food been depleted? Has the wind shifted unpleasantly? Are insects becoming intolerable? Is water still dependable? Have scavengers become too interested? What survives in the record suggests repeated occupations at certain shelters and open-air sites. But repetition is not permanence. Early humans must continuously evaluate the balance between familiarity and exhaustion. Staying too long can be costly. Moving too soon can be equally costly. The decision is rarely abstract. It lives in how far one has to walk for the next load of wood, how long it takes to reach edible resources, whether dung and waste accumulate, whether children or injured individuals can manage the route ahead, and whether the season is quietly pushing the group elsewhere whether they like it or not. Once the first stretch of morning passes, division of movement begins to appear, not always in rigid lines, and not everywhere in the same way, but enough to matter. Some remain close, tending fire, infants, tools, the sick, or nearby gathering opportunities. Others move outward to inspect familiar patches, check traps if any exist in later periods, look for game sign, or collect resources best taken early. The image of the whole group marching as one dramatic unit into the landscape is probably wrong much of the time. Flexibility is more efficient. Small parties can move quietly. Different tasks have different tempos. Children old enough to learn but not yet fully useful may shadow adults, absorbing the land as much as helping in it. Here again, scholars debate specifics, especially when projecting recent hunter-gatherer behaviour into the deep past. But the broad pattern is persuasive. A successful group spreads attention across tasks instead of staking the day on one gamble. The edge of camp, if such a boundary can even be called that, is where morning becomes full commitment. A person pauses there to listen once more. The land is no longer merely background, it is instruction. Mud retains tracks from the night. Broken stems indicate passing bodies. Distant movement on a slope might be prey, threat, or nothing at all. The skill lies in ruling out false meanings without missing true ones. This kind of perception is not mystical. It is trained familiarity layered over years. Modern people often assume that reading land at such detail belongs only to specialists. For early humans, it may have been close to ordinary adulthood. One surprising consequence is that much of the day's intelligence gathering probably happens before any major action begins. By the time food is pursued, many decisions have already been made. And yet the morning never fully loses its uncertainty. That may be its defining mood. Something always remains unknown. The herd may have altered course, fruit may have been stripped by birds, water may be muddier than expected, another group may have passed through the area, weather may be turning in ways only partly visible at dawn. The early human day therefore opens with a balance of routine and improvisation. Too much routine becomes dangerous if it blinds people to change. Too much improvisation wastes knowledge and energy. Survival rests somewhere between repeated habits sharpened by constant correction. This is why the first hours matter so much. They're not merely a prelude to the real action of hunting or gathering later on. They are when the world is red, the group is gathered back into function, the condition of bodies and tools is tested, the site is judged, and the first bets of the day are placed. A weak beginning can echo through everything that follows. A missed sign, a neglected ember, a poorly chosen route, a hungry child not carried soon enough, a tool not noticed until needed. Small failures accumulate fast in exposed lives, but so do small successes. Fire catches, the weather holds, tracks are fresh. The old wound hurts less today. The nearby patch still has food. No predator came close after all. These are modest things, yet prehistoric life may depend on modest things more than grand ones. By now the sun is rising clear of the horizon, and the cold begins to loosen its hold. Shadows shorten at the edge of the camp, smells sharpen in the warming air. The group is no longer a sleeping cluster, but a set of moving intentions. Hunger has turned into action. Caution has turned into direction. The day is underway, and with it comes the oldest discipline humans know to step out from temporary safety and enter once again a world that is never empty, never stable, and never fully under control. Very quickly, every other concern folds itself around one central fact: the body burns through its fuel whether food appears or not. The cold of dawn can distract from that truth for a little while, and movement can postpone it further, but not for long. Early human life is often described in terms of tools, migration, or survival in the abstract. Yet most of the day is governed by something simpler and more relentless than any of those. Calories are always leaving. Muscles use them. Brains use them. Growth uses them. Pregnancy uses them. Healing uses them. Children use them with astonishing speed. Even doing nothing is never actually free. So the prehistoric morning, once it has fully begun, narrows toward the oldest practical question of all: where does the next usable energy come from, and what will it cost to get it? This is where many modern fantasies about early humans become especially misleading. Popular imagination likes dramatic opposites. It imagines either glorious hunters returning daily with large game, or desperate half-starved people staggering through endless failure. Real life is usually less cinematic and more exacting. Most successful foraging systems do not depend on spectacle. They depend on repeated returns from many sources. Large game matters enormously when it is obtained. But a way of life cannot be built on triumph alone. A group may need meat, fat, marrow, fish, shellfish, roots, seeds, fruit, nuts, insects, reptiles, eggs, honey, small mammals, birds, and whatever else a region and season make available. What survives in the record suggests flexibility everywhere. Early humans are not specialists by preference, unless the environment pushes them strongly in that direction. They are opportunists because the world rewards those who notice openings before they close. Even the word food can be deceptive, because it sounds stable and singular, as if ancient people simply went out to fetch some general category called nourishment. In reality, every edible thing behaves differently in time and space. Roots wait underground but demand labor. Fruit can be abundant and then suddenly gone. Shellfish are tied to coasts, tides, and access. Seeds may be plentiful yet tedious to process. Honey is rich but difficult and risky to obtain. Small game can be consistent but energetically modest. Large game offers major reward but often with long odds, danger and unpredictability. Scavenging can be valuable, especially in earlier periods, but it comes with its own hazards and fierce competition. The day is therefore not spent seeking food in the abstract. It is spent calculating among food types, each with its own timing, effort, danger, and return. That calculation begins with knowledge of the landscape already built up over many previous days. A person moving out from camp does not walk into a blank wilderness, hoping to stumble onto something edible. They carry a mental map dense with remembered possibilities. The patch where tubers were found after the last rains, the grove that fruits earlier on one side than another, the place where birds nest seasonally, the shoreline that exposes shellfish best on a certain tide, the game trail that seems promising in cool weather but less so when heat rises, the slope where certain nuts collect after wind, the tree that holds bees, the hollow where trapped water sometimes remains after surrounding ground dries. One of the great lost libraries of human history is the ecological memory held in bodies and passed through repetition long before writing exists. To walk through a prehistoric landscape without that knowledge would be to see almost nothing. To walk through it with such knowledge is to move through a field of time chances. This is also the point where early humans begin to separate themselves, in practical terms, from the animals around them. Not because they stop being animals, but because they increasingly survive through layered information. Other creatures know their environments too, sometimes with extraordinary precision, but humans combine memory, planning, communication, and tool use in ways that alter the equation. A root hidden beneath hard soil is unavailable to bare fingers, but reachable with the right stick and technique. A marrow-rich bone is useless until broken correctly. A shellfish bed feeds only if one arrives at the right time and knows how to gather efficiently. A skittish animal becomes possible only if wind, cover, root, and patience align. Food is not merely out there, it is interpreted into usefulness. This is why prehistoric life, for all its physical hardship, is also intensely mental. Hunger sharpens the mind not only toward finding food, but toward finding it in forms others miss. And hunger is never evenly distributed. This matters more than it first seems. A strong adult can endure delay better than a small child. A pregnant woman's energy needs are not the same as those of a healthy adolescent. Someone recovering from illness may need rich food more urgently than others. An older person with damaged teeth may depend on softer or processed foods. The evidence remains incomplete on exactly how such differences were negotiated in every ancient group, but it would be strange if they were not constantly present. Food gathering is never just about total calories. It is about edible forms, sharing decisions, timing, and who can actually use what is found. A cache of hard nuts is not the same as soft tubers. Fresh meat is not the same as dried or smoked food where preservation exists. Marrow, brains, fat, and plant starches all answer different bodily needs. A prehistoric day is therefore organized not only by what can be found, but by what kind of nourishment the group currently requires. One of the less glamorous but more important truths is that food search often begins with the most dependable returns, not the most impressive ones. If edible plants are near, or shellfish accessible, or insects abundant in season, these may matter far more to daily survival than the rarer success of a dramatic hunt. This does not make early life dull. It makes it realistic. A person may spend an hour digging, probing, gathering, carrying, sorting, or cracking rather than chasing anything at all. Another may be watching for movement while also collecting lesser foods along the way. A child may be sent to gather something easy and safe under loose supervision, beginning the long process of turning play into competence. An older group member may stay near a camp and process food already collected, reducing waste and preparing what others bring back. Food before everything else does not mean everyone does the same task. It means everything bends toward reliable intake. For that reason, prehistoric subsistence often rewards patience more than force. This runs against the grain of modern myth, which prefers scenes of direct confrontation, the spear thrown, the beast falling, the hero returning, yet much of daily food work is quieter. Kneeling at the edge of a water, turning stones, watching bird movements, following faint signs through grass, testing whether a fruit is ready, listening for insect hums around blossoms or hollows, digging methodically into packed soil, breaking open, peeling back, separating edible from dangerous, waiting at a place where an animal is likely to pass rather than exhausting oneself in pursuit. Scholars still debate the exact balance between hunting and gathering in different regions and periods, and the answer changes enormously by ecology. But no serious view of early humans can ignore the centrality of careful, repeated, small-scale food acquisition. In many settings, it is the difference between a stable day and a disastrous one. The cost of getting it wrong is not always immediate starvation. More often, it is a slow erosion of reserves. Too much walking for too little return. Too much risk for too little meat. Too few fats over too many days. Not enough carbohydrates in a season of scarcity. A group can survive one disappointing afternoon. It cannot survive a chain of them indefinitely. This is why efficiency matters so much. Not modern efficiency in the industrial sense, but ecological efficiency, knowing when to stop, when to leave, when not to chase, when a patch is exhausted, when another source is more reliable, when the body is spending more than it can hope to regain. Heroic effort can be fatal if it burns the reserve meant to carry someone through the next cold night or the next lean week. And then there is competition. Humans are not alone in wanting what the land provides. Other primates, birds, rodents, insects, carnivores, and scavengers all take from the same world, often faster or with different advantages. A carcass discovered late may already be claimed. Fruiting trees attract others. Waterholes are shared by everything, often at risk, even shellfish beds, which can seem abundant from a distance, may be constrained by tide, exposure, and gathering pressure. The prehistoric food search is therefore not just a relationship between humans and nature in some broad, peaceful sense. It is a contest within nature. To eat is to arrive in time, to notice what others have not, to defend access when possible, and to avoid dying for a meal that is not worth the danger. The land feeds, but it does not set a place only for humans. Scavenging deserves special attention here, because it's often treated as either shameful fallback or romanticized cunning, when it may have been a practical and important strategy for long stretches of the human past, for some earlier humans especially. Finding what predators leave behind may have offered access to fat, marrow, and brains rich in nutrients difficult to ignore, cut marks overlaying tooth marks, and vice versa, hint at complicated sequences of access in some sites. The picture is rarely simple. Sometimes humans get to carcasses first, sometimes carnivores do, sometimes humans drive others off, sometimes they take what remains. No single explanation fully accounts for all cases, but scavenging, when done well, is not passive luck. It requires timing, boldness, tools, awareness of predator behavior, and the nerve to move into contested space before the opportunity vanishes. At the same time, food search is not always outward and expansive. Sometimes it is conservative, A group under pressure, with vulnerable members or uncertain conditions, may prefer nearer resources with lower return but lower danger. A day of heavy rain, strong wind, intense heat, or visible predator activity can shrink the radius of search. There may be mornings when almost the entire strategy is to avoid losing more energy than can be gained. This too is part of what early humans really do all day. They manage not only hunger, but exposure to miscalculation. They know, in effect, that some days must be won narrowly. Children would have learned this long before anyone explained it in abstract terms. They would see which finds are praised, which are rejected, which routes are chosen and which are avoided. They would learn that some foods require skill to collect without injury. Others require processing to become edible. Some are emergency foods, used when better things are absent. Some are seasonal gifts, brief and intense. Some can be eaten immediately. Others must be carried back. The prehistoric world, in this sense, is full of categories, though they are not written down. The stomach becomes one of the first teachers of classification. The importance of food also shapes time in ways easy to miss. Not all calories are equally portable. Not all resources wait patiently. Some tasks must be done at once or not at all. A carcass cannot simply be noted for later if larger scavengers are nearby. A tidal bed must be worked when exposed. Honey cannot always be taken at leisure. Ripened fruit spoils quickly and attracts rivals. Early humans therefore live by perishable windows. Their day is not just a span of available hours, but a sequence of opening and closing chances. Miss the morning cool and a trail becomes harder to read. Arrive too late and the seabed is gone beneath water. Wait too long and another group may strip the patch first. One of the hidden skills of prehistoric life is timing appetite to opportunity. Even after food is found, the work is not over. It has to be extracted, cleaned, cracked, peeled, cut, carried, guarded, or processed. Some things yield quickly, others demand tedious effort. Anyone imagining early humans simply finding food has skipped half the day. A root in the ground is not a meal. A shell on a rock is not a meal. A dead animal is not yet a meal either, not until flesh is separated, bones opened, undesirable parts discarded, and the whole dangerous business finished before something bigger arrives. Food is labour twice, first in locating it, then in turning it into something the body can use. This is why the search for calories sits at the centre of everything else. Fire matters because it can transform food. Tools matter because they make food accessible. Social bonds matter because food is often shared, defended, or collectively obtained. Knowledge matters because the edible world is hidden behind appearances. Movement matters because food is patchy. Memory matters because tomorrow's hunger is already implied in today's choices. Early humans do not simply eat to live. They organize the whole day around, preventing the next interval without food from becoming too long, too costly, or too dangerous. By now the morning has thickened into effort. Some hands are stained with plant sap or mud. Some arms carry gathered weight. Some eyes remain fixed on tracks or movement in the middle distance. Somewhere a promising lead has failed already. Somewhere else a small success is quietly accumulating into enough. No one can yet know how generous the day will be, but its first law is already clear. Before art, before monument, before empire, before history carves names into stone, there is this ancient and unembarrassed fact: most human days begin by going out to look for something to eat, and staying alive depends on being better at that search than the world expects. If hunting dominates the modern imagination, gathering dominates the arithmetic of survival. It is the quieter labour, less likely to be painted on cave walls or retold in simplified stories, but very often it is the work that keeps a group from drifting into serious deficit. The image of early humans as creatures mainly defined by pursuit and violence says more about later fantasies than about prehistoric reality. In many landscapes, on many ordinary days, the dependable path to staying alive lies not in the dramatic chase, but in the patient extraction of what the land gives in smaller pieces roots hidden beneath packed earth, seeds shaken loose or collected from the ground, nuts cracked with practiced force, berries judged at a glance, greens plucked before they toughen, shellfish pried from stone, insects gathered from bark or soil, eggs taken when timing allows, bulbs, shoots, fungi in some regions, and all the other modest, vital foods that rarely acquire myth but often preserve life. This is hidden labour in more than one sense. It is hidden because the things being sought are often hidden themselves. A field may look empty and still contain food. A slope of scrub may seem barren and still hold edible bulbs below the dust. A tidal flat exposed under a grey sky can appear desolate to an untrained eye, and yet feed many people if the right species are known, if the timing is correct, if the roots are safe, if the hands moving across it understand what to take and what to leave. Gathering, then, is not passive collection. It is a discipline of noticing. The evidence remains incomplete, as it always is with such perishable daily acts. But what survives in plant residues, where patterns on tools, dental calculus, charred seeds, grinding traces in later periods, shell middens. An ethnographic comparison suggests a world of detailed ecological knowledge so dense that much of it would now be mistaken for instinct by those who have forgotten how learned it must have been. There is also a particular patience to gathering that reshapes the tempo of the day. Hunting, when it happens, can compress suspense into bursts. Gathering stretches attention over longer spans. A person may kneel, dig, sort, and move only a few body lengths at a time. Another may range farther, scanning multiple patches, deciding quickly whether a place is worth continued effort. Hands become important in ways that skeletons only partly reveal. Fingers test texture, weight, ripeness, resistance. Nails pry, skin tolerates abrasion. The back bends again and again. Knees press into ground or stone. The shoulders carry the result. A large hunt can look impressive because the reward is visible all at once. Gathering rarely announces itself like that. Its success is cumulative. A little from here, a little from there. One edible thing added to another until the day begins to feel less precarious. This work is often treated as simple because it is repetitive, and that is a mistake. Repetition is usually a sign that something important is being done reliably, not mindlessly. Early humans gathering plant foods or small resources would need to know seasonality with astonishing precision. Not just that a plant is edible, but when it is best. Not just where shellfish exist, but when they are worth the trip. Not just that seeds can be collected, but how much labour they demand afterward. Not just which roots nourish, but which look similar and punish carelessness. Scholars still debate the exact scope of plant knowledge in the deepest parts of the prehistoric record because organic materials vanish so easily. Yet no serious reconstruction of human life can exclude sophisticated gathering systems. Human omnivory practically requires them. Brains as metabolically expensive as ours do not flourish on luck alone. A lesser-known truth about gathering is how often it may have required tools, and not always obvious ones. Digging sticks, carrying slings, woven containers, simple baskets, bark trays, hide bags, wooden beaters, pounding stones, scraping implements, Cordage entire categories of equipment may have shaped the day while leaving little or no trace. Archaeology is cruelly selective in what it permits posterity to know. Stone survives and becomes the star witness. Fibre rots, wood decays, leather vanishes. Yet anyone trying to gather and transport significant quantities of roots, nuts, shellfish, or small scattered foods without containers quickly discovers how inconvenient bare hands alone can be. What survives in the record suggests far more technological subtlety than stone artifacts alone imply. Prehistoric life may look materially sparse when excavated, but it was likely full of perishable solutions. And gathering is not merely a matter of identifying what is edible, it is also a matter of ranking options against effort and risk. Some foods are safe but sparse, some are rich but dangerous to access. Honey is the perfect example. It is dense energy in a world that values every calorie, but bees defend it fiercely, and reaching it may involve climbing, smoke if available, and the willingness to suffer pain for sugar. Eggs are valuable, but nests are seasonal and not always easy to reach. Shellfish can be abundant, yet slippery rocks, changing tides, cold water, and exposed coasts introduce hazards of their own. Roots can be reliable, but digging them from compacted ground is slow, tiring work. Fruits may be easy when available, but they can disappear quickly or be contested by birds, monkeys, bears, and other gatherers. Nothing in this world is simply free. Even easy food is usually easy only because someone knows how to make it so. Knowledge itself may have been one of the main forms of wealth in early human groups, though not wealth in any later monetary sense. To know where food lies hidden, to know which patch recovers after harvest and which is ruined by overuse, to know where fresh water persists longest, to know which shellfish poison when the conditions change, to know what to avoid during pregnancy, childhood, illness, or heat. This is stored value carried in memory. It can be shared, withheld, demonstrated, corrected. It grows sharper with years. In that sense, gathering helps explain why older individuals could matter enormously even when speed and strength decline. A person who can no longer move far may still know precisely when a nearby patch should be checked, or how to prepare something bitter so it becomes safe, or which emergency foods can carry a group through a lean spell. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the record suggests that prehistoric competence is not measured only by force. Memory feeds people too. Children almost certainly enter this domain early. Gathering is one of the most plausible roads by which skill begins. A very young child may simply accompany and watch. A slightly older one may be entrusted with the easiest items, learning first through imitation and correction. Which berries are left alone? Which insects are worth the trouble? Which roots can be loosened only after the soil is broken correctly? Which shell shapes matter? Which plants sting? Which can be eaten now and which must be carried back? The education is not theoretical. It happens by hand, eye, and appetite. Play and work are not neatly divided in such a world. A child poking at the ground, overturning stones, or trailing behind an adult is also training attention. By adulthood, what looks like effortless foraging may be the result of thousands of earlier corrections. This hidden labour also creates a different geography from the one celebrated by hunters. A hunting story favours open range, distance, tracks, movement, dramatic encounter. Gathering creates micro-landscapes, a patch of shade where greens stay tender longer, a cluster of stones that retains moisture, a dune edge where certain plants thrive. a rotting log full of larvae, a marsh fringe with edible shoots, approached only when the footing is safe, a shoreline zone briefly exposed, a grove whose productivity shifts subtly with year-to-year rain. To gather well is to notice small places, not just large territory. It is to treat the landscape as a mosaic of tiny opportunities rather than one broad stage. This may be one reason why human settlement patterns later become so intricate. Long before farming, the mind is already trained to think in terms of patchiness, yield, revisit, depletion, and renewal. Gathering also helps explain why movement through the day is not always direct. A person or small group may leave camp with one likely destination in mind and then alter course repeatedly as new information appears. Fruit on a branch not yet ready. Signs that another group harvested a patch recently. Fresh animal disturbance where roots were hoped for. A better find unexpectedly encountered on the way. The prehistoric day is full of these adjustments. No single explanation fully accounts for how every group balanced planned routes against opportunistic changes, but what survives in both archaeology and ethnographic comparison suggests a flexible intelligence rather than rigid schedules. Gathering rewards those who can shift strategy without wasting motion. There is an important social dimension here as well, because gathering often produces steady returns rather than dramatic jackpots. It may serve as the nutritional foundation around which riskier activities revolve. A group that can count on reliable gathered foods is better positioned to absorb hunting failure. It can afford patience. It can survive unpredictability better. This does not mean gathering is always easy or always sufficient. Seasonal collapse, drought, frost, storm damage, competition, and overuse can turn dependable patches into disappointment. But on many ordinary days, the foods least celebrated later may be the ones making all other activity possible. This is one reason scholars have increasingly pushed back against older narratives that placed hunting at the unquestioned center of prehistoric life. The evidence remains debated in detail, but the broader pattern is hard to ignore. Survival often rests on routine intake more than rare abundance. Some gathered foods would also require processing so time-consuming that they alter the shape of the whole afternoon or evening. Seeds may need cleaning, nuts need cracking, bitter plant tissues may need soaking, pounding, roasting, or repeated washing depending on species and period. Shellfish require opening. Insects may need singeing or sorting. Tubers may become more digestible after cooking. Even something as seemingly simple as plant food can extend labor far beyond the moment of collection. This matters because it shows how gathering weaves together with every other part of the day. The act does not end when the item is found. It trails behind into camp life, tool use, fire use, and sharing. A root in the hand is not yet a meal. It is a promise that still requires work. There is, too, a kind of quiet dignity in this labor that later storytelling often fails to see. Gathering is intimate with the land without being sentimental about it. It demands humility because the world does not always give on command. It also rewards steadiness over excitement. To gather well is to resist the human temptation to overreach. It is to accept small gains because small gains accumulate. It is to trust familiarity, not because it is dull, but because it works. That is not the sort of achievement monuments are usually built to honor, yet it may be closer to the texture of actual human endurance than the grander scenes that dominate memory. The nutritional importance of these foods would have varied enormously. Some provide quick sugars, some fiber, some protein, some fats, some critical micronutrients. A day rich in one can still leave deficits in another. This is why breadth matters. A group eating only what is easy in one season may weaken in another. diverse gathering strategies are therefore not just convenient, they are biological insurance. The prehistoric body needs more than full stomachs. It needs the right kinds of intake often enough to preserve strength, fertility, cognition, and resilience against disease. Scholars still debate many specifics of ancient diet, especially for particular regions and species, but no single source fully explains human success. Variety itself may be part of the answer, and variety means attention never fully relaxes. Even while gathering, people continue reading weather, listening for danger, noting signs of animals, judging distances back to shelter, and watching children who may drift from safety in their curiosity. A patch rich in food can become hazardous if it lies too exposed, too far from water, or too close to a predator route. The hand that reaches for nourishment does not stop the ear from listening. Early humans likely perform this multitasking constantly, not as a special feat but as normal life. That mental burden is easy to miss because the body's motions look so ordinary. Someone stooping for edible plants seems calm, yet the mind behind that motion may be tracking 20 things at once. By the time gathered resources begin to accumulate in containers, slings, or arms, the day has already been shaped by this hidden expertise. Weight grows, choices narrow. What is carried back must be worth carrying. What is left behind may be noted for later or dismissed as not worth the return. And back at camp, or wherever the group regathers, these modest finds slowly become security, not certainty, never that, but something better than hope alone. A pile of shellfish, a bundle of roots, a mass of nuts, a clutch of eggs, a handful of berries, a strip of gathered greens, none may look impressive in isolation. Together they quiet the body's fear. So much of prehistory survives only in the dramatic edges of stone and bone that it is easy to miss this gentler centre. Yet if one could stand unseen near an early human camp and watch the hours pass, the most important labour might not be the one that makes the best story. It might be the steady, skilled, half-invisible work of turning scattered landscape into edible certainty, one handful at a time. For all the attention given to prehistoric hunting, the reality is likely far less tidy, far less glorious, and far more instructive than later myth allows. Hunting is not a permanent state of heroic motion. It is not a series of certain victories won by muscular courage alone. Most of the time, it is uncertainty stretched over distance. It is a slow investment of energy into signs that may dissolve, winds that may shift, and animals that are almost always better adapted to flight, concealment, or endurance within their own terrain than the humans pursuing them. If gathering teaches patience with small returns, hunting teaches patience with possible failure, and yet it matters deeply, because when it works, it can transform a day, a camp, even several days in succession. Meat, fat, marrow, hide, sinew, bone, antler, tendon, and organs all carry value in a world where nothing useful should be wasted. Hunting therefore sits at a difficult threshold between necessity and risk, reward and overreach, planning and chance. One of the first corrections that has to be made is this: early humans do not hunt the way modern imagination prefers to see them hunt. The image is usually too clean. A group spots a large animal, gives chase, surrounds it, kills it, and returns triumphant. Sometimes elements of that may happen, especially later in prehistory with more advanced tools, cooperative strategies, and favourable environments. But what survives in the record suggests a far messier picture. Many hunts probably fail before they properly begin. Tracks turn old, wind betrays approach, Animals veer into inaccessible ground. A herd becomes alert and pulls away beyond useful range. A wounded animal escapes. Weather interferes. Someone stumbles. The land itself refuses the attempt. No single explanation fully accounts for all prehistoric hunting practices, and scholars still debate how frequently different species of humans relied on ambush, persistence, trapping, close thrusting weapons, projectiles, scavenging mixed with hunting, or opportunistic killing of vulnerable animals. What seems most certain is that success is intermittent and failure is normal. That alone changes the emotional texture of the day. A hunting party leaving camp is not necessarily walking toward a dramatic outcome. It may be walking towards several hours of attention, silence, and disappointment. This does not make the activity unimportant. Quite the opposite. It means hunting belongs to the category of labor whose value lies in disciplined persistence despite uncertain return. Early humans who hunt successfully are not simply brave, they are selective. They know when not to continue. They know when a trail is no longer worth the cost. They know when the body is heating too fast, when noise discipline is broken, when terrain favors the animal too strongly, when the odds have shifted from difficult to foolish. In exposed lives, poor judgment is often more dangerous than poor luck. This is where cooperation becomes essential. A lone hunter may sometimes succeed, especially with small game or in particular conditions, but larger prey often shifts the problem from individual force to coordinated timing. One person watches movement while another circles downwind. One holds position while another tests whether the herd is nervous. One flushes while another waits near a likely route. Someone remembers where the ground narrows between rock and brush. Someone notices that the animals are drifting toward water and may pause. Cooperation in such moments is not abstract social virtue. It is geometry. Bodies must be placed in relation to terrain, prey behavior, and one another. Without communication, explicit or tacit, the chance collapses quickly. That communication may not always require speech in the elaborate sense later humans take for granted. Gesture, posture, eye direction, small sounds, learned expectation, and shared memory of previous attempts may all shape the action. The evidence remains incomplete, especially for earlier humans whose vocal capacities and symbolic complexity are still debated. But coordinated hunting of any sophistication implies some way of aligning intention across multiple people. Even where the exact form of that coordination is unknown, the outcome suggests it existed. A successful ambush is not a random miracle. It is the visible result of invisible agreement. And hunting is not only about bringing down prey, it begins much earlier with reading. Tracks in mud, sand, dust, snow, or soft earth matter, but so do broken stems, fresh droppings, stripped bark, disturbed insects, compressed grass, feathers, smell, distant alarm calls, and subtle changes in the silence of a place. A skilled hunter does not simply look for animals. They reconstruct movement from traces. Was the animal alone or with others, moving steadily or erratically, feeding or fleeing? Fresh or hours old, injured perhaps, and therefore more dangerous but also more vulnerable. A lighter print on firmer ground may say little to an outsider, and almost everything to someone trained from childhood to see pattern in passing marks. Hunting therefore lives within the same great prehistoric skill that gathering does attention. But here the attention is stretched tighter, because the wrong interpretation wastes more than time. It can draw a person into exhaustion, or into the reach of something that resists violently when cornered. Small game may have been especially important in ways often overlooked. birds, hares, tortoises, reptiles, fish where available, burrowing animals, and other modest prey do not create the same legend as a large ungulate, yet they may provide steadier, safer returns under many conditions. The challenge is that small prey often requires different techniques, quick hands, nets or traps in later and more technologically elaborate contexts, digging, smoke, knowledge of burrows and habits, stones thrown accurately, clubs used at the right instant, opportunism. What survives in the archaeological record sometimes highlights big game interactions, because large bones preserve and dramatic kills attract attention, but that can distort the day-to-day balance. A successful prehistoric hunting strategy may have been built as much on modest prey obtained repeatedly as on rare large triumphs. Still, large prey matters enough that it reshapes everything around it. If a deer-sized or larger animal is brought down, the day changes immediately. The hunt is no longer simply about killing. It becomes a race against time, spoilage, scavengers, and physical limits. Flesh must be cut. Valuable organs may be taken quickly. Bones suitable for marrow are noted. Hide condition matters. The animal's weight becomes a practical problem. Can the carcass be butchered on site and carried back in parts? Is the location safe enough to linger? Is smoke from camp too far away to matter? Have vultures appeared overhead? Are there signs of large carnivores nearby? People who imagine hunting ending at the moment of death misunderstand the harder half of the work. Killing, when it happens, only opens the most urgent labour. There is also danger in proximity. For much of prehistory, humans likely hunt large animals at closer range than later projectile technologies make possible. Thrusting spears, coordinated drives, traps, terrain use, and persistent strategies all require getting near creatures that outweigh, outrun, and outmuscle a human body. Even a wounded herbivore can be devastating. Horns, hooves, tusks, sheer momentum, and panic turn prey into hazard very quickly. This may be one reason why scholars increasingly emphasize that prehistoric hunting is not simply proof of male bravado, as older stereotypes suggested, but proof of planning and social reliance. A reckless person endangers the group. A careful one improves collective odds. The evidence from injuries in some ancient skeletons hints at frequent trauma, though interpreting exact causes remains difficult. Even so, it is not hard to imagine how often a hunt ends not with glory but with bruises, cuts, strain, near misses, and the quiet decision to attempt again another day. The landscape itself participates in every pursuit. Open plains favour some tactics, wooded edges another, marshes another, rocky ravines another still. Humans do not hunt animals in general. They hunt particular bodies moving through particular kinds of space. A narrow pass can substitute for speed. Mud can betray heavy movement. Snow reveals roots but drains heat. Heat itself can become an ally or an enemy depending on strategy. There is long-standing discussion among scholars about persistence hunting, especially in hot environments where humans may exploit endurance and thermoregulation against prey that overheats when driven carefully. The idea is plausible in some contexts, and evidence from recent hunter-gatherers shows that such strategies can work. But no single explanation fully accounts for prehistoric hunting everywhere. What survives in the record suggests diversity. Humans do what the land allows. That diversity extends to who hunts. Older storytelling often assigns hunting automatically to adult men and gathering automatically to women, as if prehistory ran on rigid universal categories. The evidence is far less simple. Some burials, ethnographic comparisons, and broader reconsiderations of labour division have made scholars more cautious about assuming strict roles in all contexts. Biological differences, pregnancy, nursing, childcare, and physical variation surely influence patterns, but simple binaries may tell us more about recent assumptions than ancient reality. In some groups, some women likely hunted. In others, certain men may have spent more time gathering, making tools, watching children, or processing food. Adolescents may participate partly. Older individuals may contribute as trackers, strategists, or ambush position holders rather than chasers. Scholars still debate the full picture, but it is increasingly clear that prehistoric labour may have been more flexible than earlier models allowed. Hunting, like all survival work, probably followed competence and circumstance as much as identity. And then there is the emotional discipline of waiting in cover, waiting near a crossing, waiting to see whether wind will settle, waiting while another person moves into position, waiting for an animal to relax after an initial alarm, waiting to decide whether an approach is still worth attempting. This stillness is one of the least appreciated parts of prehistoric life because it produces so little archaeological drama. Yet it may have consumed many hours. The body crouches, cramps, listens, resists the urge to rush. Flies bite, heat builds, muscles tremble, nothing happens. Then, perhaps, movement at the edge of vision, or perhaps only another hour of no result. A successful hunter may therefore be not the strongest, but the one who can remain controlled longest without wasting energy or nerve. Failure, when it comes, must be absorbed without collapse. This is where cooperation matters again, not only tactically but psychologically. A group built around uncertain subsistence cannot afford every disappointment to become social fracture. Someone misreads sign. Someone moves too early. Someone chooses the wrong path through cover. Someone injures a foot and slows the whole attempt. In close groups, memory of such mistakes surely lingers. Yet hunting parties must continue functioning together. That implies tolerance, adjustment, maybe blame at times, but also a broader understanding that not every loss is personal failure. Weather changes. Animals are difficult. Chance intervenes. The prehistoric day leaves little room for permanent resentment over every unsuccessful pursuit. Life would become unlivable too quickly. When hunting works, though, the reward is not only nutrition, it is material abundance by prehistoric standards. Hide can become covering, clothing, container, or binding material. Sinew can lash, bone can be shaped, antler can serve as tool material. Fat may be especially prized in some environments, and marrow remains one of the richest returns available from animal bodies. Early humans are not just eating prey, they are dismantling it into future uses. This is another reason hunting occupies such an important symbolic place in later storytelling. It produces visible transformation. An animal becomes many things at once, but those many things come only through skilled butchery, transport, and later processing. A large kill is an opportunity, not a completed success. There is likely sharing as well, though its exact structure varies by group, ecology, and social norms. A carcass too large for one immediate family-sized unit to consume creates pressure toward distribution. Some of that may be practical, some may be social insurance. Those who share today may receive tomorrow. Those who hoard too aggressively may weaken future cooperation. Anthropologists have long noted the importance of sharing in recent foraging societies. Those scholars caution against simply projecting one pattern backward into all of prehistory. Even so, broad principles make sense. Large, unpredictable returns are easier to manage collectively than individually. Cooperation in the hunt and cooperation in the meal may be parts of the same long logic. Perhaps the most important correction of all is this: hunting is not the opposite of intelligence-rich subsistence, it is one expression of it. The myth of the crude hunter charging into danger with raw courage misses what the evidence and simple practicality both imply. Real hunting is often conservative, observant, hesitant, and strategic. It is full of aborted attempts, altered plans, and constant sensory calculation. It rewards memory of terrain, knowledge of animal behavior, awareness of season, ability to communicate, willingness to stop, and skill in processing the result quickly if fortune turns favorable. In other words, hunting is less a theatre of domination than a test of how well humans can insert themselves into existing patterns without being destroyed by them. By now the sun is higher, and what began as possibility has become either effort rewarded or effort lost to the air. Somewhere, perhaps, a party is bending over a carcass with hands red from warm work. Somewhere else, another returns with little to show beyond information the herd moved east. The tracks were old. The ravine is dry. The boar is still ranging near the water but too dangerous to press. Yet even that information has value. The failed hunt is not empty if it improves tomorrow's choices. In that sense, cooperation extends through time as well as space. One day's frustration becomes another day's advantage. So the truth about hunting is both less romantic and more impressive than legend suggests. Early humans do not live by dramatic kills alone. They live by managing risk together. They place themselves carefully inside a difficult equation where patience, shared attention, and restraint matter as much as force. And when prey finally falls, the real achievement is not simply that an animal died, but that a group knew how to make the dangerous yet unlikely moment count. By the time the sun has climbed and the first hard work of the day has begun to show on bodies and in hands, the fire, if the group has one, if it survived the night, if fuel remains worth spending, becomes more than a source of heat. It becomes the point around which separate efforts can gather and become something larger than themselves. A handful of roots is one thing in the hand and another entirely after roasting. Meat changes, toughness changes, safety changes. Bones crack differently after flame. Smoke pushes insects away, dries damp things, marks a place in the landscape, and warns as much as it comforts. Fire is not just an invention added to prehistoric life. It is a rearrangement of life's center of gravity. That rearrangement is easy to underestimate because later humans inherit it so completely that it becomes background. In modern life, heat and light arrive through systems too hidden to feel miraculous. In deep prehistory, controlled fire is never trivial. Scholars still debate aspects of its earliest habitual use, especially far back in the human story, where traces are sparse, ambiguous, or disputed. Burned patches can be misread. Natural fires complicate interpretation. Some sites suggest repeated fire use earlier than others. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single timeline fully accounts for all regions or all human species. But once fire becomes regular enough to matter daily, the shape of the day itself changes. Meals can be delayed and transformed rather than eaten raw or not at all. Darkness becomes less absolute. Cold becomes negotiable. Certain shelters become more useful. Certain lands become more habitable. Social space tightens inward around a glow that has to be protected, fed, and understood. That last part matters. Fire is not merely enjoyed, It is managed. A fire left untended can die, spread, weaken, or consume fuel too fast. Wet conditions make revival difficult. Dry conditions make carelessness dangerous. Fuel itself becomes part of the day's labour. Someone must gather wood, dung, brush, bark, grass, or other burnable materials depending on place and period. Not all fuel burns equally. Some catches quickly and vanishes. Some smoulders. Some gives heat enough for cooking. Some smokes heavily and may be useful for insects or preservation. Some wood is worth carrying, some is not. If the group moves, embers may need to travel too, because making fire from nothing repeatedly is costly even when the skill exists. In this sense, fire is not separate from subsistence. It extends it. The work of finding food and the work of making that food usable begin to overlap more and more. The practical consequences are enormous. A cooked tuber does not burden the body in the same way as a raw one. Meat softened by heat is easier to chew, easier to digest, and in many cases safer. Some plant toxins can be reduced through processing and cooking. Calories may become more available from the same material. This is one reason fire sits so close to major debates about human evolution itself. Some scholars have argued that regular cooking helps support changes in anatomy, digestion, and the energy demands of larger brains, though exact timing and mechanisms remain contested. No single explanation fully accounts for the whole evolutionary picture, but what survives in the record suggests that fire transforms not just comfort, but biology and daily scheduling alike. Once food can be cooked, the day can be organized around delayed reward. Things brought back to camp are not merely consumed immediately or lost. They can be altered, shared, softened, improved. There is a social consequence too, and perhaps it is one of the most profound. Fire gathers bodies. It pulls separate movements back into temporary common space. People who spent the morning ranging in different directions return with different kinds of success or failure, and near the fire those separate stories become one group's reality. The hunter with little to show but information, the gatherer with a heavy burden of roots or shellfish, the child with a few proud finds, the injured one who remained near camp, the older person who kept the embers alive or processed what was already there. All of them begin to converge around the same necessity: heat, preparation, rest, sharing. What later humans would call domestic space may begin here in its oldest recognizable form, a zone not defined by walls, but by repeated human attention focused on flame. If there is one place where the day slows without becoming idle, it is near the fire. Food needs tending. Tools can be warmed, hardened, or brought close for repair while people remain alert to boiling, roasting, charring, splitting, or smoking. Hides may be dried nearby. Damp fibre may be laid out. Bones set aside for cracking can wait at the edge of the heat. Children can remain close enough to watch and learn, though never without danger. Conversations. If speech in that group and period carries the complexity later, humans know, may lengthen there, even where language capacities remain debated for some earlier humans. Some form of close social signalling almost certainly deepens around recurrent shared fire. The evidence cannot capture tone or exact content, but it strongly suggests repeated human gatherings at hearths across vast spans of time. That repetition itself is revealing. Fire keeps drawing humans back to the same basic shape of togetherness. There is also protection in it, though not perfect safety. Predators are not necessarily banished from the wider dark forever, but light and smoke alter the terms. Insects retreat. Cold nights become less punishing. vulnerable individuals, children, the ill, the old gain a better chance of comfort. A fire can dry sleeping places after rain. It can give courage to remain in open camps that would otherwise feel too exposed. It can extend waking hours after sunset, turning part of the night into usable time instead of pure withdrawal. This may be one of the strangest changes fire brings. It lengthens the human day without changing the sun. Darkness remains, but it no longer ends all activity so completely. Something distinctly human begins to happen in those extra hours. Scholars have long been interested in what those hours might contain. Storytelling is often proposed, and plausibly so, though direct evidence is naturally elusive. Memory, instruction, imitation, tool maintenance, social bonding, ritualized acts, body care, grooming, perhaps simple games, perhaps planning many possibilities fit the space fire creates. What survives in the record suggests that prehistoric life is not solely a string of subsistence acts separated by sleep. There are intervals in which the day becomes reflective, social, and cumulative. Fire may have magnified those intervals. It offers not only a place to cook, but a place to remain together after practical movement subsides. A child can watch expressions in the light. An elder can demonstrate with hands and shadow. A wound can be inspected. A cracked tool can be retouched. A remembered route can be traced in ash or gesture. This is not civilization yet, but something essential to civilization's later emergence may already be here. Shared attention stabilized in one place long enough for knowledge to thicken. At the same time, the fire imposes its own discipline. It needs watching. Someone too tired to tend it properly can let it fail. Someone careless can waste scarce fuel. Smoke direction matters. In some conditions, it reveals location too broadly. In others, that may not matter. In dry landscapes, the risk of accidental spread cannot be ignored. In wet ones, the challenge is simply to keep the heart of the fire alive at all. A hearth therefore produces responsibility, not just comfort. It is another centre of labour, another thing that can go wrong. A camp with poor fuel nearby may be less attractive no matter how good the shelter looks. A long stay in one place consumes local wood quickly. Movement decisions can be shaped as much by access to burnable material as by access to food or water. Fire, once adopted into daily life, quietly inserts itself into every larger calculation. The sensory world around it is distinctive too. The smell of smoke settles into hair, hide, and skin. Ash clings to fingertips. Eyes sting. Food takes on new textures. Bones whiten and crack in new ways. The camp becomes recognizable partly by scent. This is another of those details almost too ordinary to notice, yet it may have changed human life profoundly. Smoke is inconvenient, but it is also identity. It marks bodies as belonging to a certain kind of creature, one that drags a piece of altered landscape around with it, one that does not merely endure the night but edits it. Perhaps that is why the archaeological traces of ancient hearths feel so moving. A line of ash, reddened soil, burned fragments, clustered bones, small things, but they indicate a place where humans took a wild environment and insisted, briefly, on a different order. Cooking itself deserves more respect than it usually gets in prehistoric storytelling. It is not glamorous, but it is transformative. Raw meat may be torn and swallowed in urgency, but cooked meat invites slower division, perhaps fairer sharing, perhaps more efficient use. Tubers that are fibrous and resistant begin to soften. Shellfish open. Seeds can be parched. certain bitter tastes diminish. Children and older individuals with weak teeth may benefit especially. The group, in effect, gains access to foods that would otherwise be less useful or less safe. No single explanation fully accounts for all daily cooking practices in all periods. But once fire becomes reliable, it is difficult to imagine human groups not orienting major portions of the day around its possibilities. There may also be subtle changes in movement itself. With fire as a dependable centre, some tasks can be postponed until return rather than completed immediately in the field. A gathered item can be carried back for roasting. A hunted animal can be butchered with an eye toward what the hearth will do later. The camp becomes not just a resting place but a processing site. This likely strengthens the importance of place memory. Certain shelters, rock overhangs, or camp spots become favoured partly because fire works well there. Ventilation, wind protection, fuel access, safety from flooding, proximity to resources, all these begin to matter in combination. The hearth helps transform mere occupation into repeated habitation. And perhaps most importantly, fire changes sleep. Without it, night is abrupt and cold, an interval to survive. With it, sleep can come in gradients around an embering centre. Someone wakes, feeds the coals, shifts position, listens, dozes again. Shadows move on rock. The last sounds of talking or cracking bone fade into breathing and the occasional stir of ash. Even rest becomes socialized around flame. For children especially, the difference may be profound. To fall asleep in darkness is one thing. To fall asleep with faces visible, warmth nearby, and the smell of cooked food lingering in the air is another. The evidence remains incomplete, but it is hard to escape the sense that fire softens some edges of existence while sharpening others. It is tempting to think of fire as a triumph that permanently solves a human problem. But prehistoric life rarely grants such clean victories. Fire solves many things and creates new dependencies. A group used to warmth feels cold more sharply when it is lost. A group that cooks may become less able or less willing to rely on raw fallback foods. A group that gathers nightly may structure itself more tightly around a place, and therefore pay more when forced to move suddenly. Every advantage has a cost, yet the balance remains extraordinary. Few elements alter the day more completely. By late afternoon or evening, when shadows begin to lengthen and the practical returns of the day gather back into one place, fire reveals its deepest role. It is not just at the centre of camp, it is at the centre of sequence. Morning's cold becomes afternoon's preparation, then evening's meal, then night's protection, then tomorrow's fragile ember if handled well. Yesterday survives inside it. Tomorrow may depend on it. The same flame or the same lineage of flame bridges separate days into something continuous. In a world where so much is uncertain, that continuity matters almost beyond measure. So when asking what early humans really did all day, one answer glows at the centre of many others. They fed the fire, and the fire fed back into nearly every part of being human what could be eaten, where people could sleep, how they could gather, how long they could remain awake together, how they remembered, how they taught, how they endured cold and dark, and how a place in the wild briefly became, through repeated care, something like home. Once food has been gathered, hunted, carried, sorted, and perhaps set near the fire, another kind of work comes forward, the sort that later ages often forget because it leaves behind objects without preserving the hours that made them. A stone point found in the soil looks still and complete. A scraper in a museum case seems like a finished fact. But tools are not merely possessions in prehistoric life. They are ongoing obligations. They break, dull, split, loosen, vanish, and require judgment long before they fail completely. Early humans do not simply use tools. They spend large parts of the day adjusting, maintaining, and replacing the material edge that stands between their bodies and a difficult world. This is one of the quiet revolutions of human time. The day is no longer organized only around what the body can do directly. It now bends around what prepared objects allow the body to do better. A sharp edge turns hide into usable covering, meat into portions, wood into shaft, plant fiber into cord, bone into access to marrow. A heavy hammerstone becomes more than a rock when it is kept, recognized, and used with intention. A digging stick shaped properly saves repeated effort over weeks or months. A carrying sling, a hide bag, a woven container, a length of cordage, a sharpened point, a smoothed shaft, an adhesive compound in later periods. All of these transform time itself. They allow work to be done faster, with less injury, with greater return. But they only do so if someone has already given hours to their making. That is why toolmaking can be a misleading term if it sounds like a rare specialist event. In reality, much of prehistoric material culture is probably better understood as maintenance. Edges need retouching, shafts need straightening, bindings need tightening, hides need scraping, containers need patching. Stones suitable for future use need to be identified and carried before they are urgently required. Fire-hardened wood may need reshaping. A partly finished blank may be carried for later refinement. The day, in other words, is full of small acts of prevention. A person sitting near camp, apparently at rest, may actually be protecting tomorrow from failure by spending time on the tools that tomorrow will depend on. This is especially clear with stone. Stone survives in the archaeological records so abundantly that it can create the illusion that early humans lived mainly through stone. In truth, stone is only the visible skeleton of a much larger, perishable world. Yet even so, its importance is enormous. Knapping a useful edge is not simple smashing. It demands choice of raw material, angle, force, sequence, and anticipation of fracture. One mistake can ruin a promising core. A skilled hand sees potential inside the stone before the first strike lands. Not every rock is equal. Grain matters. Brittleness matters. The way a stone rings or resists matters. What survives in the record suggests variation from relatively simple flakes to highly planned, prepared core technologies, depending on period and population. But across that variation, one thing remains constant. Making good stone tools takes attention, and attention takes time. There is also an economy of place involved. Good stone is not found everywhere. Some groups must live with whatever local material is available, accepting compromise. Others travel to known sources, trade access within wider networks in later periods, or carry valued pieces over distance. This means that part of the day's mental map includes geology as well as food and water. A ridge may matter not because it shelters game, but because it offers knappable stone. A riverbed may yield useful cobbles. A travelled route may be chosen partly because raw material can be refreshed along it. Scholars still debate the full social meaning of certain transported stones, especially when distances become surprisingly large. But even at the most practical level, the implication is clear toolmaking begins before the hand touches hammerstone. It begins with knowing where the right material can be found. And when it is found, there is skill in deciding how much to do now and how much to save for later. A core can be reduced immediately into flakes, but perhaps it is better to carry it intact. A dull edge can be refreshed quickly, but perhaps the stone is already too small to justify further reduction. A broken spear point may be reworked into another form. A failed blade may become a scraper. Waste is relative. In exposed lives, the boundary between debris and useful fragment is much thinner than modern people tend to assume. What looks like discard at an archaeological site may once have been the result of careful triage, each fragment judged for possible second life. One of the understated virtues of prehistoric craftsmanship is exactly this ability to keep extracting function from matter until almost nothing remains to be had. Wood, though it rarely survives, may be just as central. Shafts, clubs, digging sticks, frames, supports, firewood, carrying poles, perhaps even containers or simple furniture of a sort, all belong to a material world now mostly lost. Wood requires its own expertise. Which branches straight enough, which species splits badly, which bends well with heat, which hardens best near fire, which resists rot, which is too heavy to carry but excellent for pounding. The evidence remains incomplete because decay is ruthless. Yet preserved finds and experimental archaeology make one thing hard to deny. A prehistoric landscape was probably full of wooden technologies invisible to most later excavation. Much of the day's work may therefore have involved shaping materials posterity almost never sees. Fibre too belongs here. Cordage, nets in later contexts, simple ties, lashings, slings, woven carrying structures, bindings for hafted tools, repaired clothing or wrappings all depend on twisting, braiding, knotting, and judgment about plant and animal materials. These are patient tasks. They do not produce a dramatic moment. They produce reliability. A tool bound badly fails at the wrong instant. A carrying sling woven poorly spills food. A cord that frays unnoticed wastes effort and perhaps endangers a child or a heavy burden. This is why material culture in prehistory is not a luxury layer added after survival needs are met. It is the survival system itself, translated into object form. There is also a rhythm to such work that fits naturally into the day's quieter intervals. Toolmaking and repair can happen near the fire, in shade at midday, while watching children, while waiting for food to roast, while recovering from harder exertion, while speaking with others if speech is present in that group with the necessary complexity, or while simply staying alert near camp. The modern tendency to separate work from rest begins to break down here. A person seated and not travelling may still be doing something of high importance. In fact, some of the most future-shaping labour happens in these apparently still moments. A sharp point finished now may decide whether a hunt succeeds later. A container mended now may preserve gathered foods that would otherwise be dropped. A scraping tool renewed now may make hide processing possible before weather turns. Children, again, would likely enter this world gradually. Very young hands imitate. They pick up flakes, copy motions, strike badly, get corrected, learn caution. Older children might begin with low-risk tasks sorting materials, carrying usable stone, softening fibre, watching how one edge differs from another, learning not just how to make a thing but how to recognise when a thing is failing. What survives in the record sometimes shows novice errors in stoneworking at sites where more expert reduction also occurs, suggesting learning in place rather than distant instruction alone. That is an extraordinary clue. It implies that craft knowledge is not hidden away until adulthood. It sits in the shared space of camp life, visible in the sequence of gesture, failure, correction, and repetition. And failure matters. A poorly struck flake teaches fracture. A snapped shaft teaches grain. A loose binding teaches tension. prehistoric technology is not a smooth climb toward mastery. It is lived among mistakes, small embarrassments, and broken plans. Yet this is precisely what makes it so human. Innovation rarely arrives as a single brilliant leap. It accumulates in countless tiny refinements by people who cannot afford to be careless for long. Scholars still debate when certain complex techniques, hafting adhesives, heat treatment of stone, compound tools, specialized bone technologies became common in different regions. But whatever the timeline in detail, the larger truth is clear. Human life becomes increasingly structured by stored labor embodied in things. There is a social side to this too. Tools can be shared, borrowed, inherited in the short term, lost to quarrel, admired for quality, or associated with particularly competent individuals. A good toolmaker may command trust not through status in any formal sense, but through reliability. The person who can consistently produce or repair what others need becomes central even without dominating anyone. This matters because it complicates older, simpler visions of prehistoric value. Strength matters, yes. Courage matters at times. But so does dexterity, so does foresight, so does the calm patience to keep shaping a stone long after excitement has faded. In this way, technology quietly broadens what counts as useful human ability. The labor of making things also changes how time is perceived. An animal track is immediate, a fruiting tree is immediate, a cracking point or fraying sling points toward the future. It asks the mind to project beyond current hunger into later need. This may be one of the most profound changes associated with sustained tool dependence. The day begins to include planned prevention more explicitly. Early humans surely always anticipated in some form, but every repaired shaft and every selected raw nodule makes anticipation more material. Tomorrow is being handled in the hands today, and once objects accumulate, even modestly, camp space begins to change. A favoured hammerstone is placed where it can be found again. Flakes cluster near where someone sat working. Bones kept for later cracking remain near the edge of the hearth. A partly shaped branch is leaned against stone. Fibre dries in one patch of light. Nothing here resembles a workshop in the later sense, yet order begins to emerge from repeated acts. Certain places become associated with certain tasks. Certain individuals take up familiar positions. The camp is not just where people sleep and eat. It is where matter is continuously reorganized into usefulness. This is why prehistoric life should never be imagined as a simple contest between naked humans and raw nature. By the time one early human sets out across the landscape with a point, a bag, a digger, a cord, or even a remembered source of stone, nature has already been edited, not conquered, never that, but modified through carried intention. The human day increasingly includes hours spent creating margins of advantage. A sharp flake is only a small advantage over tooth and nail, but small advantages repeated over generations become an entire way of life. There is, too, a certain psychological steadiness in making things. In a world of uncertain food, shifting weather, and sudden threat, craft offers a narrower problem that can actually be solved. The edge can be sharpened, the binding can be tightened, the shaft can be straightened with heat, the hide can be scraped cleaner, the basket can be patched. This may be one reason such labor appears in so many human settings across time. It transforms waiting into preparation, anxiety into action, and attention into durability. The evidence cannot tell us exactly how prehistoric people felt while making and repairing their tools, but it is easy to imagine the quiet satisfaction of restoring some order where the wider world refuses to provide much. By the time the light begins to lean toward afternoon, The results of this labour may still look humble: a sharper point, a cleaner edge, a repaired sling, a straighter shaft, a better pile of prepared materials, fewer risks waiting unseen inside tomorrow. Yet these humble results matter enormously. They are the infrastructure of prehistory. They make hunting more likely, gathering easier, food processing faster, travel less wasteful, shelter more workable, and injury slightly less probable. Civilization will one day bury itself beneath systems so vast their maintenance becomes invisible. But here, in the older world, maintenance still sits in the open, held between thumb and forefinger, one careful strike at a time. So what did early humans do all day when they were not obviously chasing prey or digging food from the earth? Very often, they made the world usable. They turned stone, wood, fibre, bone, and hide into stored advantage. They repaired tomorrow before tomorrow arrived, and in doing so, they filled the ordinary hours with one of the most enduring human acts of all, shaping matter, so that fragile bodies might stand a slightly better chance against time, weather, hunger, and chance. Not every day in prehistory belongs entirely to adults. That may sound obvious, but it is easy to forget when imagining the ancient world through the lenses most likely to preserve evident stone tools, animal bones, hearths, wounds, burials, migration routes. These are often the traces of work, risk, and survival at their hardest edges. Childhood tends to disappear between them, yet children are everywhere in the human past, not as a sentimental detail, but as one of its central facts. Camps include small bodies that need carrying, feeding, watching, soothing, correcting, and teaching. They also include young minds already absorbing the world at remarkable speed. If one wants to know what early humans really did all day, one has to include this quieter, messier, and profoundly important part of the picture. They raised humans inside the landscape, and the landscape itself became the classroom. A prehistoric child does not enter the world of survival all at once. Competence arrives gradually, through proximity long before it arrives through responsibility. First, there is simple nearness, an infant pressed against warmth, against skin, against the rhythm of walking or working. Someone must carry that child through much of the day, or remain near enough that movement itself is reorganized around small vulnerability. This alone changes the shape of labor. A person with an infant cannot simply move like an unencumbered forager. Distance is narrow. Risks are judged differently. Tasks that allow the child to remain close become more practical. A camp with multiple caregivers gains flexibility that a solitary parent would lack. Scholars still debate how cooperative child-rearing functioned across different prehistoric groups, but the evidence from human development itself strongly suggests that children are too demanding and the learning period too long for survival to rest easily on one adult alone. Human childhood is unusually extended. That fact echoes through the whole day. As children grow, their presence changes from burden alone to possibility, but possibility does not mean immediate usefulness in the hard adult sense. It means attention in training, a toddler trailing a few steps behind, stopping to touch everything, is not helping much yet. But that stopping, touching, and asking in whatever form language or gesture allows may already be the beginning of prehistoric education. The landscape is being named, sorted, and emotionally mapped. Certain places become associated with comfort, others with danger, others with food, others with waiting. The child learns not the abstract category of nature, but a world divided into what can be approached, what must be avoided, what belongs to now, what belongs to another season, what hurts, what nourishes, what should not be touched until shown how. This may be one of the great differences between modern childhood and prehistoric childhood. Today many children learn the world first as symbol and only later, if ever, as direct material risk. In deep prehistory, the order is often reversed. The world teaches through consequence. A thorn scratches, a hot stone near the fire burns, a wasp nest punishes carelessness, a loose slope gives way, bitter plants repel, sharp flakes cut. A moment of wandering too far creates fear powerful enough to be remembered. Yet learning is not simply harsh. It also arrives through delight, and that matters more than people sometimes admit. Children are drawn to repetition, to pattern, to collecting, to imitation. A stream with bright pebbles, a patch of soft mud that takes footprints, a shell with unusual markings, a stick that behaves like a digging tool in miniature, a game of copying how adults scrape, carry, or sort. These are not distractions from education. They are education in one of its oldest human forms. Play, in that sense, may be among the least appreciated kinds of prehistoric labour. It looks unproductive until one notices what it is rehearsing. Chasing becomes training in balance and pursuit. Throwing becomes judgment of distance. Pretending to dig becomes real technique later. Carrying small loads becomes habit of effort. Watching an older person crack nuts or retouch a stone becomes the long preparation for doing so oneself. The evidence remains incomplete, naturally, because play leaves faint traces, but the logic of human development and the archaeological signs of novice craftwork both point in the same direction. Young humans likely spend much of the day in a borderland where observation, mimicry, and low-stakes participation blur together. They are not separate from adult life, yet not fully inside it either. This is where patience from adults becomes one of the hidden foundations of survival. A child slows movement, asks badly timed questions, handles objects clumsily, spills, forgets, wanders, cries, and makes noise when silence would be useful. In other words, children are an ecological inconvenience before they become an ecological asset. That early humans persist anyway tells us something important about the social fabric around them. Caring for children is not an optional softness added to prehistoric life after practical matters are settled. It is itself one of the most practical matters. A group that cannot protect, feed, and train its young does not continue. Evidence from skeletal remains, demographic modelling, and the sheer demands of human juvenility all suggest that prehistoric groups must have devoted enormous time to childcare, even if archaeology rarely catches it directly. Someone watches the child near the fire. Someone notices the cough. Someone shares softer food. Someone wakes when the child stirs in the night. Someone corrects a dangerous curiosity before danger becomes injury. At the same time, children are not merely recipients of care. As they grow, they likely begin contributing in small but real ways earlier than modern comfort might expect. Gathering easy items close to camp, carrying light loads, scaring small animals from cover, fetching fuel, watching younger siblings for moments at a time, learning where certain plants grow, handing tools to someone working, picking edible things under supervision. Such tasks may seem trivial compared with hunting or heavy gathering, but they are how competence becomes ordinary. No single explanation fully accounts for the exact age at which responsibilities expanded in every prehistoric setting, because ecology, technology, group size, and risk all matter. But what survives in recent foraging societies and in common sense alike suggests that human skill is scaffolded gradually. A child becomes useful by being trusted a little before mastery and corrected before harm. There is also the matter of storytelling, or at least narrative teaching in some form. Whether through fully developed speech among anatomically modern humans, or through more limited but still meaningful communication among earlier groups, children learn not only by watching but by hearing or otherwise receiving remembered patterns. This plant made someone sick. That ravine flooded once. Those tracks belong to something dangerous. The tide moves faster than it looks. The fruit is good only when dark enough. The fire burns hotter than the ash suggests. The animal doubles back here. Even if we cannot know the exact words, we can infer the function. Human childhood is too long, and the environment too full of delayed consequences, for learning to rely on accident alone. Memory must be transferred intentionally. That transfer probably fills many ordinary moments throughout the day. One of the more moving implications of prehistoric childhood is how strongly it ties the future to patience in the present. An adult making a tool is preparing tomorrow. An adult teaching a child is preparing years. Those are different scales of time, but both are forms of maintenance. The child who seems only to be slowing down the group today may be the one who remembers the water source in drought years to come, or who recognizes a prey route after elders are gone, or who keeps a fire alive in bad weather, or who knows which route can be dug when easier foods fail. Much of what made human groups resilient may lie in this long educational arc, not simply intelligence in the abstract, but the ability to preserve useful attention across generations. It is also worth remembering that childhood in prehistory is not universally gentle. Illness, malnutrition, accident, exposure, and predation all threaten the young with terrible regularity. Many children likely do not survive. That grim fact hangs behind every moment of care. It may even intensify care rather than diminish it. A feverish child near the fire, a limp body carried too far, a small skeleton in the archaeological record. These are reminders that the human past is full of fragile lives. Yet the same record sometimes shows survival through impairment or evidence of prolonged attention to vulnerable individuals, suggesting that caregiving is not a late moral invention, it is ancient. Children, more than almost any other feature of human life, likely drew out social instincts that made pure efficiency impossible. A group cannot raise the young by cold calculation alone, and children change adults in return. The pace of movement alters. The location of camp matters differently. The presence of danger is interpreted with extra caution. Food must sometimes be prepared in forms easier for small mouths to eat. Sleep is interrupted. Emotional bonds deepen or complicate. Grief becomes sharper when loss comes. Hope becomes more concrete because it has a face and a voice. Again, archaeology does not preserve these inner states neatly, but it would be strange if they were absent. Humans are not only tool users or foragers, they are also a species whose daily life is shaped by prolonged dependency and attachment. As the day passes, children likely move between zones of freedom and control, a safe patch near camp perhaps, the edge of adult work, the path to water under supervision, the place where older children gather and imitate what they have seen. The boundaries are probably fluid and always under negotiation. Too much freedom invites danger. Too much constraint wastes the opportunity for learning. This balance may be one reason human childhood is so behaviorally rich. It is a training ground for judgment, not merely obedience. A child must learn not just rules, but thresholds. How far is too far? How hot is too hot? How sharp is too sharp? How much noise is too much? When a playful chase becomes a dangerous separation from camp. Such thresholds are best learned in context, and prehistoric life offers context everywhere. By later in the day, when adults return from wider-ranging tasks or settle into maintenance near the hearth, children may be at their most observant. This is when the hidden logic of the group becomes visible. Food is divided, tools are handled carefully, injuries are noticed, stories, gestures, or corrections circulate. An older person demonstrates something slowly. A successful find is examined. A failure is interpreted. A child sitting quietly nearby may appear to be doing nothing important, yet the mind is gathering structure from all of it. Who is listened to? Which foods are shared first? How are dangerous objects placed out of reach or introduced under supervision? How are tears answered? How is boldness praised or restrained? Social knowledge enters here alongside ecological knowledge. And perhaps that is the deeper point. Children are not just learning the landscape. They are learning how to be human in company with other humans. They learn how close to sit, how to wait, how to share, how to ask, how to endure boredom, how to tolerate frustration, how to watch before acting, how to recognize fear in others, how to absorb correction without breaking. These are not decorative social skills. In small groups where cooperation matters every day, they are survival skills of the highest order. A child who never learns restraint may become a danger on the hunt or near the fire. A child who never learns attention may fail to notice crucial signs. A child who never learns care may weaken the entire network of reciprocity that keeps a group intact. So much of prehistoric life is reconstructed from the durable traces of adults. But the continuity of that life depends on children moving slowly and imperfectly toward competence. Their days are filled with watching, wandering, helping badly, playing seriously, being corrected, being comforted, and trying again. They are fed, carried, protected, and also drawn steadily toward usefulness by the gravity of necessity. The human future, in these camps and shelters and pathways, is not abstract. It is noisy, curious, demanding, distractible, vulnerable, and constantly underfoot. If early humans spent their days surviving, then children reveal the longer meaning of that survival. It is not merely to endure until evening, it is to keep alive a way of seeing, remembering, making, and moving through the world. And that transmission does not happen in rare formal lessons. It happens all day long, in the ordinary closeness of shared life, where every gesture near the fire or along the path quietly teaches the next generation what this difficult world requires. By now, after morning hunger, scattered labour, tool work, childcare, and the repeated small acts that keep a group from sliding into disorder, another truth becomes clearer. Early humans do not merely live on the land, they live by reading it. A landscape that seems empty to an untrained eye is, to them, crowded with signals. The slope of a ridge changes the wind. The colour of distant grass hints at water or dryness. Birds circling in one place are not just birds, they may indicate carrion, fish, movement, disturbance. A cluster of trees in the wrong place suggests hidden moisture. Mud at the edge of a waterhole holds stories for a few hours before the sun erases them. The day is not simply spent moving through terrain. It is spent interpreting it, and that skill may be one of the most important forms of intelligence the human past ever possessed. This is where the prehistoric mind begins to feel truly difficult for the modern imagination to recover. Many people today move through highly engineered environments that have been stripped, labelled, paved, fenced, and explained in advance. Roads announce themselves. Water comes from taps. Dangerous animals are rare or confined. Weather is forecast. Food is packaged. Even those who love the outdoors often enter it as visitors. Early humans do not have that distance. Their landscape is not scenery. It is infrastructure, pantry, hazard map, memory palace, and archive all at once. To survive in it, they must know not only where things are, but when they become available, when they become dangerous, and how long conditions tend to last before shifting again. Season is therefore never background. It governs the meaning of almost everything. A water source that is dependable in one part of the year may shrink into uselessness later. A route across open ground that feels safe in dry weather can become exhausting mud after rain, or impossible under flood. Fruiting trees are calendars. Animal migrations are calendars. Fish runs, shellfish exposures, nesting seasons, insect swarms, flowering cycles, the ripening of seeds, the appearance of mushrooms in some regions, the movement of herds, the freezing or thawing of paths, the arrival of dust, the onset of storms, all of these divide time more powerfully than any clock. The evidence remains incomplete, because seasonal knowledge mostly lives in action and memory rather than in durable objects. Yet what survives in repeated site occupations, faunal remains, pollen evidence, and ethnographic analogy strongly suggests that prehistoric life depends on a deeply seasonal intelligence. A good day is often the reward for having understood the month long before the morning begins. This means the landscape is never one thing. It is a set of versions of itself. The same valley in late wet season is not the same valley in prolonged drought. The same coastline at low tide is not the same coastline 2 hours later. The same forest edge in spring fruiting is not the same forest edge after the crop is gone. Even the same animal path can mean abundance in 1 week and disappointment in another. What survives in the record suggests that early humans are not simply wandering opportunists, stumbling onto resources at random. They are moving through a remembered timetable written into the land. Scholars still debate how detailed and territorially bounded these mental maps were in different periods and populations, especially for highly mobile groups. But there is little serious doubt that spatial memory and seasonal timing stand at the center of daily life. One of the quieter marvels of this is that much of the knowledge is probabilistic, not absolute. The land rarely guarantees. It suggests a certain kind of cloud shape may mean weather turning, but not always. Fresh dung may indicate a herd nearby, but perhaps already moving away. Flowering plants may signal that certain insects are available, but conditions could have shifted. A patch that was rich last year may fail this year. Early humans therefore do not survive by certainty. They survive by pattern recognition under uncertainty. They learn what usually follows what, and they refine those expectations through repeated correction. This is not lesser than later scientific thinking. In some ways, it is its ancestor careful observation, memory of variation, attention to cause and effect, acceptance that the world does not always repeat cleanly. Tracks are perhaps the most famous part of this skill, but they are only one fragment of a wider literacy. Yes, footprints matter. Hooves, claws, dragging tails, the spread of toes in wet soil, the depth of an impression, the way edges crumble or remain sharp, these can all reveal freshness, weight, speed, direction, and sometimes even the condition of the animal. Human tracks matter too, of course. Another group may have passed through. One injured individual may leave a symmetry in the stride. Children in a group alter the pattern, but tracking extends beyond prints, bent grass, broken stems, rubbed bark, hair snagged on thorn, disturbed insects, scent on the wind, Sudden silence among birds, or alarm calls from monkeys or deer can all serve as clues. A hunter or gatherer does not read these in isolation. They accumulate. Meaning builds across small pieces until the land begins to describe itself. Water may be the best example of how much of the day depends on invisible knowledge, not just where open water lies, but where hidden water lingers after rain, where shallow digging reaches damp sand, which tree clusters mark moisture below, which hollows remain drinkable longest, which pools go foul, which rivers are safe to cross in the morning but dangerous later, where reeds indicate marsh ground beneath apparently solid soil. Water shapes movement so completely that a group's whole seasonal circuit may depend on its shifting reliability. In harsher environments especially, reading water is nearly equivalent to reading life itself. A stranger can die in a day by choosing badly. A knowledgeable person can survive by finding what appears absent. This is why the ancient landscape is so difficult for modern observers to reconstruct emotionally. We may know, from maps and satellite imagery, where a river once ran or where a lake once stood. Early humans knew it through thirst, timing, memory, and bodily experience. This knowledge also allows subtle planning. A group might not move toward food directly, but toward the place where food is likely to cross. They may head not for a visible resource, but for a bottleneck in terrain, a shaded pocket in heat, a ridge from which multiple routes can be read, a grove that signals water enough to attract game, or a sheltered coast where tide and weather align. This creates a fascinating effect in prehistoric mobility. From outside, it may look like wandering. From inside, it is highly structured anticipation. The difference matters. Wandering suggests lack of order. What survives in the record suggests something closer to flexible but informed movement, where memory and current observation constantly update one another. Children would have entered this literacy slowly, at first absorbing landmarks as part of story and repetition. The bent tree means turn here. The stone that looks like an animal marks the path to water. The ridge where wind is always stronger means watch for weather. The marsh edge belongs to insects and danger, but also to edible shoots. What begins as place familiarity deepens into causal understanding. Older children might be quizzed or corrected through daily movement itself. Which tracks are fresh? Which cloud bank means afternoon storm? Which side of the hill keeps cooler shade? Which bird calls matter and which do not? The evidence remains incomplete, but the structure of human learning suggests that environmental knowledge could not be left until adulthood. It had to start almost as soon as children could walk safely enough to accompany others. There is also a moral dimension to this knowledge, though not in a formal legal sense. Misreading the land can endanger others. Choosing a poor route, failing to notice weather, exhausting a water source, over-harvesting a patch before it recovers, or leading people into exposed ground at the wrong moment carries consequences beyond the self. This may be one reason older individuals, even when less physically strong, could remain influential. A person who has survived many seasons carries comparisons younger bodies do not. The shade falls differently this year. The river is lower than it should be. The herd came earlier before the last hard winter. The fruit is late. These are not abstract observations. They are decision-making tools. No single explanation fully accounts for age structure and authority across all prehistoric groups. But the logic of environmental memory makes experience difficult to ignore. At times, landscape reading may also include fire, not only the hearth fire of camp but larger ecological fire. Burned ground can attract certain plants or animals later. Smoke on the horizon can signal danger or opportunity depending on season and wind. A recently burned patch may be easier to move through, or stripped of cover, or suddenly rich in new growth after rain. In some later prehistoric and ethnographically documented societies, humans intentionally use fire to shape landscapes, encourage useful plants, ease travel, or influence animal behavior. How far back such practices extend in consistent form is debated, and evidence varies widely by region. But the broader point remains: the land early humans inhabit is not always passively received. It may be nudged, remembered, revisited, and in small ways managed. This deep reading of place also helps explain why people can love, fear, or depend on land without possessing it in later agricultural terms. A valley, shoreline, woodland, grassland, or desert route can be familiar enough to feel almost personal, not because it is owned on paper, but because it is known through repeated risk and reward. The smell after rain, the shape of distant hills at evening, the sound made by certain birds before dawn, the way light hits one rock face in dry season, these become part of identity. Scholars still debate the territorial implications of this, especially when trying to distinguish home ranges, seasonal rounds, and interactions between neighbouring groups. But emotional familiarity likely precedes formal possession by a very long time. Humans become attached to recurring landscapes because those landscapes keep them alive. At the same time, attachment can be dangerous if it blinds people to change. One of the hardest truths of prehistoric life is that places fail, water dries, herds alter routes, coastlines shift, forests retreat, rivers cut new channels, storms erase familiar access. The evidence of deep time is full of such transformations. This is why reading landscape is not only memory, it is vigilance against the breakdown of memory. A place that used to work may no longer work. The group that survives longest is not necessarily the one that knows the land best in some static sense, but the one that notices when the land has become different. By afternoon or toward evening, many of these observations are already folded into tomorrow. The track seen today suggests an early route tomorrow. The dwindling fuel nearby suggests camp may need to shift soon. The fruiting patch is not ready yet, but almost. The water level is lower than last week. The wind has changed direction for 3 days in a row. A child now recognizes the safe path without being led the whole way. An elder remarks, perhaps only by gesture or brief words, that this season is behaving strangely. None of these is dramatic on its own. Together they are the operating system of prehistoric life. And perhaps that is the deepest point. Early humans do not survive because they are simply tough enough to endure a hard world. Toughness matters, but it is not enough. They survive because they become interpreters. The land is not mute to them. It is speaking constantly through absence, timing, movement, growth, smell, weather, and trace. Their days are spent learning that language and updating it without cease. What later civilizations will eventually write in books, maps, calendars, and measurements is here still carried in memory, conversation, and trained perception. So when the question is asked, what did early humans really do all day, one answer is that they watched. They watched with a seriousness modern life rarely demands. They read tracks before they faded, clouds before they thickened, water before it vanished, seasons before they turned, and each subtle difference between this year and the last. They moved through the world not as tourists and not as conquerors, but as careful readers of a text that could never be fully mastered and could never be safely ignored. For all the skill, patience, and environmental intelligence that shape an ordinary prehistoric day, the body remains its most vulnerable fact. Hunger can be managed for a while, weather can sometimes be anticipated, Tools can be repaired, routes can be changed. But pain enters without asking permission, and once it does, the whole day reorganizes itself around its demands. A cut on the foot, a swollen joint, a fever rising behind the eyes, a tooth breaking, a cough that deepens, a birth gone badly, a wound turning foul, a child too weak to keep pace. These are not side notes to early human life. They are among its most decisive realities. The ancient world is not only a story of adaptation and cleverness, it is also a story of bodies failing in small ways and great ones, and of what other humans choose to do when that happens. This is where the romantic image of prehistory often becomes strangely cold, because survival is difficult. People sometimes imagine early humans as ruthlessly practical, abandoning the weak whenever care becomes inconvenient. Certainly there are limits. No group living close to subsistence can absorb infinite burdens without risk. Hard choices must sometimes have been made, though the record rarely preserves them clearly. But the evidence that does survive complicates any crude vision of prehistoric indifference. Some ancient skeletons show individuals living for years with injuries, disabilities, or illnesses that would have made solitary survival unlikely. Healed fractures, severe tooth loss, deformities, degenerative conditions, and long-term impairment appear in remains from different times and places. Scholars still debate the exact extent of care in each case, because survival alone does not always prove sustained nursing. Yet in many instances, no single explanation fully accounts for continued life except some degree of assistance, tolerance, or protection from others. That conclusion matters more than it first seems. It means care is not a luxury of settled civilization. It is not something invented once people have enough surplus to indulge tenderness, at least in some form. It is old, very old. A person with a badly injured leg does not gather efficiently, does not travel easily, may slow movement, may require carrying or special access to food. A person weakened by illness needs warmth, rest, perhaps softer foods, perhaps protection from exposure. A child with a fever changes the sleep of everyone near. A mother recovering from childbirth or struggling to nurse may need support at precisely the moment the group's needs remain relentless. These burdens are practical, but they are also social. The question is never only whether a group can afford to care. The deeper question may be whether a human group can remain human without some habitual willingness to do so. Minor injury alone likely consumes more attention than dramatic trauma. Popular imagination prefers the spectacular wound from a hunt or predator attack, but ordinary life probably turns far more often on lesser damage. Splinters, cuts, burns, twisted ankles, infected scratches, bruised ribs, sore backs, strained shoulders, cracked nails, eye irritation from smoke, skin worn raw from carrying, teeth loosened by grit-heavy foods or hard chewing. These are the kinds of afflictions that do not make legend but may shape whole afternoons. A foot that hurts changes how far a person can travel. A swollen hand changes which tools can be used. A painful tooth changes what foods can be eaten and how much energy remains for other tasks. The prehistoric day, in this sense, is full of adjustments made around discomfort long before it becomes catastrophe. Teeth deserve special attention because they are one of the clearest records the body leaves behind. Wear, fracture, abscess, carries in some later and more carbohydrate-rich contexts, and even patterns of use as tools appear in ancient remains. A damaged mouth is not a minor inconvenience in a world where food is often tough, fibrous, gritty, or irregularly available. The person who cannot chew well is not simply in pain. They are at nutritional risk. Softer foods must be found or prepared, Cooked food near the fire may matter more. Marrow, fat, broth-like preparations where possible, mashed tubers, roasted tissues softened by heat. Such things become forms of care even if no one names them as such. The evidence remains incomplete, as always. But the body's needs make the logic unmistakable. Illness is harder to see archaeologically, yet it must have been everywhere. Fevers come and go without preserving their names. Parasites pass through bodies and leave only indirect traces. Respiratory infections, gastrointestinal distress, skin diseases, inflammation, fatigue, menstrual pain, complications of pregnancy, the weakness after blood loss, childhood disease, and all the invisible burdens of living close to weather, animals, smoke, and inconsistent sanitation must have shaped prehistoric life constantly. The fact that these things leave limited material evidence should not make them seem rare. Quite the opposite. They were likely among the most common interruptions to routine. A group planning the day's movement may have to shorten it because someone is too weak. Fire may be kept burning more carefully because a person needs warmth. Children may stay closer because a caregiver is not strong enough to range far. Illness narrows the world. It reduces the day's radius. And yet care can widen it again, at least enough to endure. Someone brings water. Someone shares shade. Someone carries. Someone watches the fire while another sleeps. Someone takes on an extra foraging burden because another cannot. This is where the hidden economy of reciprocity becomes visible. Survival in small groups is not only about what one individual can do, it is also about whether others cover the gap when that individual temporarily cannot. A person who contributes heavily one season may later depend on others after injury. A skilled elder whose body weakens may receive more than they can physically return, because their memory, judgment, or social importance still matters. A nursing mother may be provisioned by those who know the group's future depends on her and the child. These exchanges need not be sentimental to be profound. They can be practical and deeply human at once. Birth itself likely stands among the most dangerous and disruptive events in prehistoric life. Human childbirth is difficult even under ideal modern conditions. In a mobile, exposed world without formal medicine, the risks rise sharply. Pain, blood loss, obstructed labour, infection, infant distress, maternal exhaustion, and the long period of vulnerability afterward all reshape the day, and often many days after it. The presence of a newborn changes sleeping arrangements, travel speed, food needs, vigilance, and emotional intensity. Scholars still debate many aspects of reproductive life in prehistory, but there is no reason to imagine it as marginal. Pregnancy and nursing would have influenced who moved far, who stayed near a camp, who carried whom, how food was prioritized, and how social labor was redistributed. The prehistoric day is therefore not only structured by subsistence and danger in the external landscape, it is also structured by the demands of reproduction within the group. Old age, too, deserves a place here, though old in prehistoric contexts may not always mean extreme longevity. Even individuals who survive into what later societies might call middle age or beyond can show heavy wear, arthritis, healed injuries, tooth loss, reduced mobility, diminished vision, and accumulated fatigue likely alter what a person can do. Yet this does not make them useless. If anything, age may sharpen non-physical forms of value. Knowledge of roots, memory of rare conditions, skill in judging weather, expertise in processing plants, experience calming conflict, familiarity with childbirth, care for children, or simple steadiness in crisis can all matter enormously. the evidence remains incomplete. But what survives in the record suggests that some groups kept less mobile individuals alive long enough for them to remain part of social life. That implies a world in which usefulness is not measured only by speed. There is also the emotional burden of care, though archaeology can only hint at it indirectly. To sit beside an injured companion while others range farther, to hear a child crying through the night, to watch fever worsen with little power to reverse it, to carry a person who cannot walk and feel the cost in one's own body, to divide food with someone who cannot help procure it today. These are practical acts, but they are also acts that shape feeling. Attachment becomes visible most clearly where loss threatens. Grief, worry, patience, irritation, devotion none fossilizes, yet it would be strange if they were absent from lives so interdependent. In a world where people depend on one another materially every day, emotion and utility do not sit cleanly apart. At the harsher edge lies death, sometimes sudden, sometimes lingering. A fall, a hunt gone wrong, a predator encounter, an infection, a birth complication, a child's illness, a season of bad scarcity, any of these can bring the day to a stop. Death is not a distant abstraction in prehistory. It is present, frequent enough to be familiar, but never necessarily easy. Evidence of burial, body treatment, pigment use, grave goods in some contexts, and the careful placement of remains all suggest that many human groups, and perhaps some non-sapiens humans as well, respond to death with more than disposal. Scholars still debate the meanings of particular finds and whether some cases reflect symbolism, practical body management, affection, or a mix of all three. But even the uncertainty is revealing. It shows that human concern for the dead is ancient enough to blur its own origins. Still, most days are not dominated by death itself, but by the effort to postpone it in smaller ways. A poultice or plant remedy may be applied where knowledge exists, though identifying prehistoric medicine directly is difficult. Wounds are cleaned as best as circumstances allow. Rest is made possible. Fire is kept closer. Softer foods are chosen. Travel is delayed. Work is redistributed. These are humble measures, and often they would fail. But the attempt matters. It shows that prehistoric life is not purely reactive. Humans do not simply suffer injury, they build routines around mitigating it. One of the more surprising implications of this is that compassion may have practical advantages beyond immediate kindness. A group that keeps experienced individuals alive through temporary incapacity preserves knowledge and future labour. A group that protects children during illness preserves its own continuity. A group that nurses the injured may strengthen cooperation by making future help more likely. None of this reduces care to calculation, but it does remind us that in evolutionary terms, tenderness and usefulness do not have to be enemies. They may reinforce each other. No single explanation fully accounts for the origins of caregiving, but by the time we see humans clearly in the archaeological record, the traces suggest it is already woven into life. As the day declines, the evidence of bodily strain becomes more obvious. People limp more openly, shoulders sag, smoke stings tired eyes. A child falls asleep early from exhaustion. Someone winces while squatting near the fire. Another avoids using one arm. Hunger and pain can sharpen tempers, but they can also pull people closer to warmth and quiet. The camp in evening light may therefore reveal the day's hidden injuries more clearly than the active hours did. Motion slows, and what has been endured begins to show. This is another reason the fire sits so centrally in prehistoric life. It is where care gathers, food softens there, warmth soothes, Wounds can be inspected. Bodies can rest close enough to others that weakness does not mean isolation. And that may be the deepest lesson in all of this. Early humans do not survive simply because they are individually hard. They survive because the group can absorb weakness without immediately breaking apart. Not always, not perfectly, not infinitely. The evidence remains too incomplete for any sentimental fantasy. Some were surely left behind by circumstance, overwhelmed by injury, or lost despite care. But enough survived through difficulty to leave a pattern. The prehistoric day includes not only labour and hunger, but also attention to suffering. Someone notices, someone adjusts, someone stays close. So what did early humans really do all day when pain interrupted the ordinary rhythm of food, fire, tools, and movement? They carried each other further than a purely brutal world would predict. They managed injury in small practical ways. They slowed down for the weak when they could. They made room near the fire. They shared the burden of bodies that failed, and in doing so, they revealed something as ancient as any tool or track in the record. Survival was never only about strength. It was also about care. Once hunger has been met for the moment, wounds tended as best they can be, children drawn close, and the practical work of the day begins to loosen its grip. Another layer of human life comes into view. It is harder to excavate than a hearth, and harder to measure than a butchered bone. It does not always leave a clear edge in the soil, yet it appears often enough, in enough places and forms, that it cannot be dismissed. Early humans do not spend all day only feeding, carrying, repairing, and enduring. They also make meaning, sometimes faintly, sometimes powerfully, sometimes in ways the evidence can only half preserve, but often enough to suggest that inner life is not a late luxury. It is already there, flickering at the edge of the firelight alongside everything more obviously necessary. This is where caution matters most. The temptation is always to overread. A red stain becomes a religion, a burial becomes theology, a carved line becomes a full symbolic system. Scholars still debate many of these things because the evidence remains incomplete, and rightly so. No single explanation fully accounts for every pigment fragment, engraved mark, carefully placed body, unusual object, or repeated practice in the prehistoric record. Some things may be practical, some may be aesthetic, some may be mnemonic, some may be social, some may indeed be ritual in a sense we would recognize, though perhaps not with the same categories. It is safer to move carefully, but moving carefully does not mean moving timidly. Enough survives to say this much with confidence. Many prehistoric humans appear to treat some acts, places, bodies, and objects as more than merely functional. Burial is one of the clearest examples, though also one of the most contested in detail. A body placed deliberately in a pit, arranged in a certain position, accompanied by pigment, tools, ornaments, animal parts, flowers in rare disputed cases, or simply sheltered from scavengers in a repeated pattern, suggests attention beyond disposal. Not every burial signals an elaborate belief about an afterlife. It may also reflect grief, memory, fear of the dead, concern for the living, or a sense that human bodies deserve treatment unlike carrion. The exact meanings remain debated, but the act itself matters. To stop, dig, place, cover, perhaps mark, perhaps return later, is to spend time and energy on something that gives no immediate caloric return. In a life where energy matters, that decision is revealing. It means some things already carry significance deeper than immediate survival. Pigment offers another clue. Ochre, especially red ochre, appears again and again in prehistoric context across wide stretches of time and geography. Sometimes it seems associated with bodies, sometimes with tools, sometimes with surfaces or deposits whose meaning is not obvious. Scholars still debate whether its use is symbolic, decorative, practical, or some mixture of all three. Ochre can preserve hides, repel insects to some extent, act in adhesives, and serve other practical functions, so one should not leap too quickly into ceremonial interpretations. Yet repeated collection, transport, grinding, and application suggest that colour itself matters. A body marked with pigment is not only a body, it becomes visible differently, it becomes set apart, perhaps beautified, perhaps protected, perhaps remembered. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the record suggests that the human urge to alter appearance and invest matter with social meaning runs deep. Body decoration more broadly belongs here as well. Beads, pierced shells, modified teeth, feathers likely in perishable contexts, shaped ornaments, patterned markings on skin if they existed, hair arrangement, hide treatment, scent, ash, smoke, and colour may all have helped distinguish people from one another and from the more neutral state of being merely unclothed or merely dressed for weather. Ornament is often misunderstood as superficial when viewed from much later societies. In small prehistoric groups, it may carry many possible functions at once: attraction, identity, age marking, status earned through skill or experience, affiliation with a group, participation in mourning or celebration, readiness for a repeated social act, protection in a symbolic or emotional sense. No single explanation fully accounts for every ornamented object found, but their existence alone suggests something important. Early humans do not merely cover the body, they think with it. The same may be true of repeated practices around the fire. Consider the ordinary evening. Food has been prepared, tools have been checked. The immediate urgency of daylight gathering or hunting has eased. Bodies settle near warmth. At such times, humans do not simply shut down like exhausted machines. The shared fire creates an interval in which memory can be spoken, shown, or enacted. It is here that many scholars suspect storytelling becomes especially important, though direct evidence is naturally elusive. Yet storytelling need not mean myth in the fully later sense. It can also mean the repeated shaping of memory into shareable form. What happened at the water today, where the herd moved, how the last hard season unfolded, which path was wrong and why, who once survived a dangerous crossing, which place should be avoided when clouds gather from a certain direction. Narrative, in that sense, may begin not as entertainment alone, but as a storage system for useful memory. From there, the boundary between practical memory and meaning-making becomes difficult to draw cleanly. A story about a dangerous ravine told often enough may acquire a shape larger than instruction. A repeated caution around a burial place may become reverence. A sequence of gestures performed before a hunt may begin in habit and deepen into confidence or shared belief. A favoured object carried for years may become more than material. A recurring firelit performance for children demonstration, imitation, perhaps song, perhaps rhythm, perhaps chants or patterned speech in later humans may bind memory, emotion, and group identity together. Scholars still debate how far symbolic complexity extends in different prehistoric populations, especially when comparing Homo sapiens with Neanderthals and earlier humans, but the broad pattern is difficult to miss. Human life becomes increasingly thick with acts whose meaning cannot be reduced to direct utility alone. Cave art and engravings, where they appear, make this impossible to ignore. The great painted chambers of later Upper Paleolithic Europe are the most famous, but they are not the only evidence of symbolic behavior in the prehistoric world. Engraved ochre, marked bones, perforated shells, geometric patterns, hand stencils, figurines, and carefully selected objects appear in different regions and times. Each case must be treated carefully. Some are disputed. Some may have mixed functions. Some survive only in fragments frustratingly detached from their original settings. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single theory explains all prehistoric art. Hunting magic, memory aid, initiation, group identity, altered states, teaching, simple visual pleasure, ritual repetition, many possibilities have been proposed. Perhaps the safest conclusion is also the richest. These marks show that humans, and perhaps in some forms other human species, increasingly externalize thought. They put something of the mind into durable space. That externalization changes the texture of the day. A painted chamber is not made in haste. Engraving takes time. Beads take time. Body marking takes time. Even the choice to gather and carry pigment takes time. Time spent not directly feeding the body but shaping significance. This is not a contradiction of survival. It may be part of survival in a broader human sense. Shared meaning can stabilize groups, preserve memory, strengthen emotional bonds, mark transitions, soothe grief, and give shape to uncertainty. In landscapes where no single explanation fully accounts for danger, death, weather, and luck, repeated symbolic acts may help make the world feel interpretable enough to endure. Music or rhythm may belong here too, though the evidence is especially fragile. Bone flutes appear in some later prehistoric contexts, and percussion or voice would leave even less trace. Yet humans are rhythmic creatures, and group rhythm serves many functions, soothing infants, coordinating work, intensifying emotion, reinforcing memory, marking repeated acts. It is entirely plausible that evenings or ritual moments included some form of patterned sound long before it leaves clear archaeological evidence. Scholars are careful here for good reason. The record is thin, but absence of preservation is not absence of practice. In a firelit camp after hard labour, with children drowsing and adults in a circle of warmth, it would be strange if human sound did nothing more than transmit logistics. Death likely intensifies this symbolic world more than any other recurring event. A dead body raises questions even where language for questions is still simple. Why stillness? Why coldness? Why no return? Why this shape that is familiar and yet no longer responds? The treatment of the dead may therefore become one of the earliest zones where practical need and emotional meaning fuse. Bodies must be handled somehow. But in handling them, humans may begin to rehearse ideas about presence, absence, memory, and place. A burial ground, if repeated, becomes not just soil but history, a place where some remain, a place that may need to be remembered or approached differently. What survives in the record suggests this is not a trivial threshold. Children would absorb much of this before understanding it. They see adults behave differently around certain objects, remains, pigments, or places. They watch body decoration being applied with special care. They notice different tones of silence. They learn, perhaps first without explanation, that not all acts are alike. Some are practical, some are solemn, some are repeated even when no immediate material benefit is visible. This is how meaning often enters human life not as abstract doctrine, but as patterned behaviour encountered long before it is named. A child watching an elder scatter pigment, place an item beside a body, retell a story with unusual gravity, or avoid careless speech in a certain place is learning the emotional architecture of the group. There is also mystery at the edge of all this, and that mystery should be preserved rather than flattened. Much of what early humans believed, feared, hoped, or imagined is gone. Their metaphors have vanished. Their private associations, jokes, dreams, visions, and terrors are mostly lost beyond recovery. The archaeological record can suggest structure, but not full interiority. That limit matters. It keeps later people from speaking too confidently on behalf of the dead. Yet the fragments that do survive feel all the more powerful for that reason. A handprint on stone, a body laid carefully in red earth, a shell carried far inland and pierced for wearing, a repeated geometric mark whose full significance is gone. These are not answers. They are signs that there were answers once, held in minds no longer accessible to us. And perhaps that is exactly what makes this part of the prehistoric day so compelling. After all the necessary work of food, fire, tools, care, and movement, something remains in humans that necessity alone does not exhaust. They notice beauty, they repeat meaningful acts, they honor or fear the dead, they alter bodies and objects beyond strict function. They make patterns and remember places differently because memory clings to them. They do not merely survive in the narrow biological sense. They seek, however dimly or variably, to place themselves inside a world that can be felt as significant. By evening, under the wavering light of the hearth, that inner life may be most visible, not in grand ceremonies every night, perhaps, but in small, repeated gestures. A pigment stain on skin, a decorated object touched before sleep, a story retold, a pause of silence, a burial place remembered, a child watching and learning that the world contains not only danger and food, but also meaning. This is how ritual often begins not as spectacle, but as repetition thickened by emotion. So what did early humans really do all day once the harsh arithmetic of survival loosened enough to allow something more? They remembered, they marked, they repeated, they told. They treated some things as special, they carried inner worlds into outer acts. And although the evidence remains incomplete, enough survives to say that the human past is not only practical. Even in deep prehistory, under smoke and starlight, people were already making more of life than mere endurance. By the time a prehistoric day has begun to reveal its full shape, one comforting illusion has already fallen away. There is no single human role written cleanly into nature. The work of staying alive is too varied, the demands of the landscape too unstable, and the needs of the group too uneven for life to settle easily into simple categories. Later societies often prefer sharper boundaries. They like to imagine that one kind of person hunted, another gathered, another watched children, another remembered, another healed, and that the ancient world ran on fixed divisions established once and repeated forever. The evidence suggests something less tidy and more human. Labour is shared, but not always evenly. It is divided, but not always rigidly. It follows bodies, yes, but also skill, season, age, pregnancy, injury, terrain, opportunity, and the constantly changing pressure of necessity. At a basic level, some division is unavoidable. An infant cannot be left unattended because the group values equality in theory. A heavily pregnant woman does not move through the day exactly as an unburdened adolescent does. A person with a badly swollen knee cannot range like someone healthy. A child is not yet capable of the same labour as an experienced adult. The strongest do not always perform the most important tasks. The most knowledgeable do not always perform the most visible ones. The prehistoric day therefore arranges itself around difference, but difference is not always hierarchy. Sometimes it is simply efficiency, sometimes it is care, sometimes it is temporary, sometimes it hardens into expectation, and sometimes scholars still debate. It may have been much more flexible than earlier models ever allowed. The old story, repeated for generations in simplified textbooks and popular imagination, is familiar enough. Men hunt, women gather, children watch and learn, elders advise. There is truth in parts of that pattern in many human societies, because reproductive biology and the demands of infant care are not invented by culture. Pregnancy, nursing, and the physical cost of childbirth inevitably shape daily possibility. In many contexts, those realities likely make certain forms of movement or risk less practical for some women during some phases of life. But the mistake lies in treating that broad tendency as universal, rigid, and total. Increasingly, archaeologists and anthropologists have challenged the certainty of these old divisions. Burials associated with hunting tools, ethnographic evidence from more recent foraging peoples, and more careful thinking about labour all suggest that hunting, gathering, childcare, craft, and provisioning often overlap more than earlier assumptions admitted. No single explanation fully accounts for labour division across all prehistoric societies, because there was never only one prehistoric society. Ecology alone would be enough to guarantee variation. On a rich shoreline, gathering shellfish, fish, seaweed, birds, eggs, and coastal plants may be central enough that many members of a group can contribute substantially without long-distance risk. On an open, cold plain where large game dominates returns, movement patterns and hunting coordination might occupy a different place in the daily structure. In dense woodland, tracking and plant knowledge may matter differently. In arid lands, water knowledge and transport may shape roles in ways no simple gender script can predict. The same person who ranges far in one season may remain closer in another because fruiting patches, infants, or weather change the cost-benefit balance. A day spent near camp processing gathered foods may be just as vital as a day spent in pursuit. The ancient world does not reward neat theory. It rewards adaptation. Skill creates another kind of division, and perhaps a deeper one than later myth often notices. Some people are better trackers, some are steadier with stone, some know plants in extraordinary detail, some calm children, some remember roots after years, some are patient enough for shellfish and roots, some are daring enough for bees or dangerous scavenging, some can read weather better, some recover quickly from fatigue, some know how to sit quietly through pain and still work with their hands, some are simply more observant. If a group ignores such variation in favour of a rigid scheme, it wastes talent. That does not mean every person gets to do whatever they want. Necessity rarely allows that luxury. But it does suggest that competence has a way of shaping labour even inside broader patterns created by age, sex, and circumstance. Children, as always, complicate the whole picture. A person caring for a very young child cannot move exactly as one without that duty. Yet childcare itself may be distributed. Siblings help, elders help, other adults nearby help. A child too old to be carried constantly but too young for full responsibility may drift between caregivers. This flexibility matters because it creates room for more varied labour than a modern nuclear family model would suggest. Cooperative care may allow some adults to range farther, spend longer gathering, process foods, or participate in risky tasks because others keep the social centre functioning. Scholars still debate how extensive such cooperative systems were in different prehistoric populations. But the long helplessness of human children makes some form of shared burden highly plausible. Human society may have depended on it long before agriculture ever formalized household structures. Age often proves more important than it first appears. Very young children require care. Older children begin low-risk contributions. Adolescents may become extraordinarily useful at exactly the tasks that require energy and learning, but not yet the deepest judgment. Prime adults likely shoulder much of the demanding daily labor, but not uniformly. An older adult whose knees are failing may no longer travel far, yet may process hides, maintain fire, teach, watch children, repair tools, or provide the kind of seasonal memory that prevents costly mistakes. In this sense, a prehistoric group is not best imagined as a handful of identical adults with dependents around them. It is more like a shifting web of partial capacities, each one valuable in different ways and at different times. This becomes especially clear when conditions turn difficult. Scarcity, illness, injury, pregnancy, mourning, conflict, or sudden environmental change can all rearrange roles quickly. Someone who usually hunts may spend the day carrying water because another is sick. Someone known mainly for gathering may help in a drive because timing is perfect and numbers matter. An adolescent may be trusted with greater responsibility sooner than expected because the group has lost a skilled adult. A nursing woman may remain near camp in one season and join wider movement in another. A person who is usually less visible in ordinary times may become central during bad weather because they know the safer shelter or better route. Work division in such worlds cannot be understood as a static chart. It is a living response to pressure, and yet pattern still exists. It would be naive to replace one oversimplification with another and pretend prehistory was a world of perfect fluidity. Bodies matter, strength matters, reproductive demands matter, risk thresholds matter. The evidence remains incomplete. But in many groups it is likely that some tasks were more commonly done by some people than others. The crucial point is that more commonly is not the same as always, and in many groups is not the same as everywhere. Scholars still debate how often burial goods reflect actual lived roles, how far recent hunter-gatherer examples illuminate the deep past, and how much cultural variation existed among prehistoric populations spread across immense spans of time and geography. That uncertainty is not a weakness in the picture. It is part of the picture. Human life has probably always been more variable than our stories about it. Sharing lies at the heart of this. A division of labor only works if returns move across the group. The gatherer who brings in steady food supports the hunter whose attempt may fail. The toolmaker improves the chances of the forager. The elder who cannot travel far may still guide the day's choices and receive food in return. The caregiver staying near the fire keeps infants alive and allows others to move outward. The injured person helped this week may become the strongest contributor next week. These exchanges are not just generosity. They are the architecture of collective resilience. A person's day cannot be measured only by what they personally eat or personally catch. Much of prehistoric life depends on indirect contribution, and that makes social judgment more subtle than simple productivity. This subtlety may have shaped status too, if status is even the right word for many small-scale groups. Formal hierarchy may be limited or situational, but esteem surely exists in some form. Reliable people matter, skilled people matter, calm people matter, generous people may matter. The one who remembers the drought path matters. The one who keeps a child from wandering matters. The one who shares a lucky return matters. the one who can resolve tension after a failed hunt matters. This suggests that prestige, where it exists, may not rest only on danger or spectacle. It may also rest on steadiness. The prehistoric day gives many chances to reveal what kind of person one is under strain. There is a quiet ethical consequence in this, because work is shared and returns circulate. People must live with one another's imperfections. Not everyone contributes equally every day. Some are temporarily burdensome, some are irritable, some are unlucky, some are slower, some are better at visible work than invisible work. A small group has little room for fantasy about perfect fairness measured at every sunset. Instead, it needs an ongoing tolerance for imbalance that does not become exploitation. That balance is difficult. Too much selfishness will tear trust apart. Too much one-sided obligation will do the same. Somewhere between them lies the rough moral economy of prehistoric life, adjusted daily rather than codified in law. Children watching this would learn that being human is not merely about individual competence, but about fitting into a chain of exchange. You help because others helped you. You are fed before you can contribute and after you temporarily cannot. You learn by being carried and later by carrying. You watch older hands repair, portion, soothe, and plan. And you come to understand that usefulness has many forms. A child who sees only the hunt will misunderstand the group. A child who sees who keeps the fire, who watches the sick, who brings small reliable foods, who fixes what broke, who remembers where water is, begins to understand something more durable. Life is shared long before it is explained. By evening, this division of labour becomes visible in the gathered shape of the camp. The returns of the day are different because the people who sought them were different. Some come back with food, some with information, some with materials, some with children soothed, embers kept alive, tools repaired, wounds cleaned, burdens carried. The day's survival is not the achievement of one role, but of many interlocking efforts, some loud and some almost invisible. If one were missing, the whole would narrow. If several were missing, the whole might fail. That is perhaps why the prehistoric day should not be narrated only through its most dramatic actors. A large kill is memorable, yes, but so is the fire that did not go out, the infant who was kept alive through one more night, the root remembered, the roots patiently dug, the sling mended, the injured foot rested before it worsened, the child corrected before danger, the elder listened to before weather turned. Civilization later developed systems vast enough to hide such dependencies behind institutions. In prehistory they remain exposed. You can still see exactly how much one person's labour leans on another's. So what did early humans really do all day when life had to be shared among unequal bodies, changing needs, and uncertain tasks? They distributed effort in the only way difficult worlds allow imperfectly, pragmatically, and with more flexibility than old stereotypes once admitted. They worked according to strength, knowledge, age, circumstance, and the shifting demands of the day. They compensated for one another. They made room for visible and invisible labour alike. And in doing so, they built a form of social life sturdy enough to hold many kinds of human usefulness at once. Most days in prehistory do not end in catastrophe, or there would not be enough ordinary days for human life to continue. Yet catastrophe is never far away. It waits not as constant spectacle, but as potential folded inside routine. A familiar path can become a trap after rain. A water source can draw predator and prey to the same narrowing edge. A wound that seemed minor at dawn can turn the evening difficult. A wind shift can turn cold into danger. The sky can darken faster than expected. A stranger glimpsed at a distance can change the emotional weight of every sound. This is one of the defining tensions of early human life. The day may look stable, right up until the moment it is not. That fragility gives ordinary routine its seriousness. Gathering, hunting, carrying, caring, tool repair, and reading the landscape are not only ways of acquiring advantage, they are ways of preparing for interruption, because when the day turns hostile, preparation is all that stands between strain and collapse. A group that knows where the nearest shelter lies has options. A group that notices the weather late has fewer. A person with a repaired binding may keep a useful tool when it matters most. A group that has eaten adequately can absorb a bad turn better than one already weakened. No single explanation fully accounts for which threats most often disrupted prehistoric life in every place and time, because environments varied too much. But what survives in the record, and what simple logic suggests, is that the most dangerous moments were often not separate from normal life. They emerged out of it. Weather is among the most obvious of these turning points. Not climate in the grand long-term sense, which will matter later, but immediate weather as lived by bodies. A storm on open ground is not scenery. It is exposure, cold, lost tracks, dangerous footing, diminished visibility, and rising urgency around shelter. Heavy rain can erase the signs of animals, flood low roots, soak tinder, chill children, and turn a manageable camp miserable in an hour. Wind can drive smoke the wrong way, strip warmth from the body, carry scent to animals or predators, and make fire difficult to maintain. Heat can drain energy and alter decisions before people realize how much water has been lost. Early humans do not encounter weather as inconvenience. They encounter it as command. Sometimes the day continues under those commands. Sometimes it must be reorganized entirely. Predators create a different kind of hostility, one less constant than popular imagination suggests, but real enough to shape habits. Lions, hyenas, leopards, bears, wolves, large cats in various regions, crocodiles near water, venomous snakes, even scavengers bold enough around carcasses or camps. These are part of the same landscape humans are reading all day. The important thing is not that attacks happen constantly. It is that they happen rarely enough to be shocking, and often enough to be taken seriously. This likely means much of prehistoric safety lies in avoidance. Do not approach water carelessly at the wrong hour. Do not linger too long over a carcass if vultures have begun to circle. Do not let children drift into brush alone. Do not ignore silence where there should be bird noise. When the day turns hostile through animal danger, the real drama often lies not in combat but in recognition. The instant someone understands what the signs mean and changes behavior fast enough, a hunt can turn hostile just as easily. Prey is not passive. A wounded boar, an enraged aurochs, a cornered deer, a panicked herd in bad terrain, an animal larger than expected at close range, these can transform skilled pursuit into injury within seconds. What begins as control becomes chaos. Someone falls, someone is gored, someone is struck by a hoof, pinned, cut, or separated from the rest. The evidence remains incomplete when trying to match particular skeletal injuries to particular scenarios, but the broader truth is unavoidable. Hunting is dangerous precisely because a group must place itself close to powerful bodies that do not want to die. When the day turns hostile here, success and disaster can sit almost on top of one another. The animal may still be taken, yet at a cost that reshapes many days afterward. Conflict with other humans is harder to reconstruct and easy to distort. The temptation is either to romanticize prehistoric peace or to project endless tribal warfare backward into all deep time. Neither extreme is persuasive. What survives in the record suggests that interpersonal and intergroup violence certainly existed in some times and places, but its frequency, scale, and meaning remain debated. Small groups encountering one another may avoid contact, exchange information or mates in some contexts, compete quietly for resources, threaten, steal, or fight. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for all patterns. Yet even the possibility of strangers affects the day. A distant smoke column, unfamiliar tracks near water, missing resources from a patch visited recently, voices in the dark. These do not have to lead to battle to matter. They alter sleep, movement, and trust. Scarcity produces another kind of hostility, quieter but often more dangerous because it unfolds slowly. A patch once reliable is now poor. Fish do not come. Herds pass elsewhere. Fruit is late. Water shrinks sooner than expected. No one dramatic event marks the shift at first. Instead, the day grows tighter. People walk farther for smaller returns. Food is portioned more carefully. Tempers may fray. Riskier choices begin to look more reasonable. A hunt is pursued longer than it should be. A dangerous water source is used because the safer one is too far. Emergency foods become less occasional. Children tire sooner. Scholars still debate exactly how prehistoric groups buffered themselves against repeated shortfalls. But no serious picture of daily life can ignore the cumulative danger of ordinary scarcity. When the day turns hostile in this way, it does so by erosion, not explosion. Illness and injury amplify all of this. A group under pressure with everyone healthy is one thing. A group under pressure with a sick child, an injured adult, or a recovering mother is another. Every ordinary problem becomes heavier. The route that would be manageable now becomes too long. The storm shelter that could be reached in time is suddenly marginal. The water load must be carried by fewer people. Fire must be kept with greater care. Here the hostility of the day is not just external. It arises from the mismatch between what the landscape demands and what the group is currently able to do. And yet this is precisely where human adaptability becomes most visible. A hostile turn does not automatically mean collapse. It means rapid reorganization. A group shortens its range. People bunch more tightly. Tasks are abandoned that can be abandoned. Fuel gathering becomes urgent. Food processing is simplified. Risk is redistributed. Someone stays with the vulnerable while others move quickly. Someone carries more than usual. Someone who is not the strongest but knows a better shelter route suddenly becomes central. This is one of the most revealing things about the prehistoric day. It is not resilient because nothing goes wrong. It is resilient because humans can change the pattern fast when something does. Children would feel these hostile turns with special intensity. They may not understand the full cause, but they understand speed, tension, silence, altered voices, the shortening of patience, the sudden demand to stay close. A storm feels different when adults stop speaking casually. A predator sign feels different when movement becomes controlled and urgent. Scarcity feels different when portions shrink or favorite foods disappear. In this sense, children learn not only the ordinary world, but the emergency world. They learn what urgency looks like in adult bodies, which objects are grabbed first, which route is chosen without discussion, how the group sounds when danger is near. These lessons, though frightening, may be among the most important carried into adulthood. Fire again sits near the center of this. When the day turns hostile, fire becomes warmth, signal, protection, a place to regroup, a way to make poor food more useful, a point of reassurance. But it can also become another problem if wet weather kills it or dry weather makes it risky. That duality is typical of prehistoric life. Almost nothing is purely aid or purely danger. Everything depends on timing and handling. The same shelter that protects in one storm may be vulnerable in another. The same route that shortens a journey may expose a group if a predator is nearby. The same carcass that offers salvation through meat may invite disaster through competition. Hostility enters where conditions invert. There is also the psychological dimension of a bad turn. Humans can endure a great deal if events feel interpretable and temporary. A hostile day becomes harder when the reason for it is unclear, or when multiple stresses pile together. Poor returns, a sick child, worsening weather, signs of strangers, and a fading fire none alone may destroy a group, but together they thicken into dread. Archaeology cannot excavate dread directly, yet anyone reconstructing prehistoric life honestly must allow for it. The ancient world is not only physically hard, it can be mentally exhausting in ways later buffered societies rarely have to confront so nakedly. Still, most hostile turns are probably managed not through heroism but through habit. People already know where to bunch, when to stop ranging, how to carry embers, how to read rising water, when to abandon a carcass, how to silence children, which person to follow, what to leave behind. This is one reason daily routine matters so much. The ordinary day is rehearsal for the bad one. Repeated acts become reflex, knowledge becomes portable, cooperation becomes muscle memory. When conditions worsen, the group falls back on practice patterns rather than inventing everything in panic. By late day, the worst may have passed or may only just be settling in. A storm has moved through. The fire has been saved. Barely. Someone is limping. Food is less than hoped. The camp is tighter, quieter. Or perhaps the danger is still out there in the dark beyond the ring of warmth. Heard but not seen. Either way, the day no longer feels ordinary. Its fragility has been exposed. This exposure may be one reason why memory clings so strongly to bad turns. They teach harder than easy days do. They reveal which preparations mattered, which skills held, which people stayed steady, and which assumptions were false. So what did early humans really do all day when routine gave way to danger? They adapted under pressure. They tightened the group. They dropped less important tasks. They read weather, risk, and each other more intensely. They relied on practiced knowledge instead of hope. They survived not by mastering the world once and for all, but by recognizing quickly when the world had turned against them and changing shape before it was too late. That, in the end, may be one of the oldest human talents, not fearlessness, not domination, but the ability to feel the day becoming hostile and answer it with movement, memory, and shared discipline before disaster fully arrives. An ordinary day is never entirely ordinary when the world itself keeps changing beneath human feet. The ground may look familiar, the paths remembered, the work repeated, but over longer spans of time the conditions shaping every hour do not hold still. Rain belts shift, lakes swell and vanish, grasslands spread where woodland stood before, then retreat again. Cold presses downward from ice sheets. Heat hardens once livable country. Sea levels rise, swallowing coasts that once carried footsteps, hearths, shell middens, and sleeping places now lost beneath water. Herds alter their routes. Rivers abandon old channels. Deserts bloom briefly and then close again. So if one wants to understand what early humans really did all day, one must widen the lens. A day is not only made by hunger, children, tools, fire, and weather. It is also made by the larger climate setting those things in motion, often so slowly that change feels like memory at first and only later like exile. This is one of the strangest features of prehistoric life. Human groups are living minute to minute in immediate landscapes, yet those landscapes are themselves moving through immense environmental transformations. No one standing by a fire at dusk can see an ice age in the abstract, or a monsoon pattern shifting across centuries, or a coastline being redrawn by post-glacial sea level rise. What they can see are the local symptoms, winters harsher than the old people remember, water arriving late, animal herds failing to return at the expected time, new plants appearing, familiar ones thinning, shorelines creeping inland year after year, perhaps slowly enough to deny, then suddenly enough to matter. The evidence remains incomplete when one tries to reconstruct exactly how people understood these long shifts. But what survives in archaeology, paleoclimate records, pollen cores, ice cores, lake sediments, and ancient shorelines makes one thing clear: the daily routine of prehistoric humans was never insulated from planetary instability. Cold may be the most dramatic example because the Ice Age still dominates popular imagination, even though it was not one uninterrupted wall of snow. The Pleistocene is a time of fluctuations, advances and retreats, cold pulses and warmer intervals, dry phases and wetter ones, ecological mosaics changing repeatedly. In some regions, humans live on cold steppes under enormous skies where fuel is scarce. Large herbivores matter greatly, and clothing, shelter, and fire become non-negotiable. In others, even during broader glacial periods, coastlines, river valleys, or refugia offer richer and more varied possibilities. Scholars still debate many local details, but no single explanation fully accounts for human adaptation across such diverse environments. What survives in the record suggests not one Ice Age lifestyle, but many. The daily rhythm of a group in frigid open country cannot resemble that of another living near a productive estuary or wooded shelter belt, even if both belong to the same broad climatic era. In cold environments, the day tightens around heat loss in ways difficult for modern comfort to imagine. Clothing matters more, even if most of it vanishes from the archaeological record. Shelter construction matters more. Firewood or other fuel becomes a more urgent and sometimes more difficult task. Meat and fat gain new weight in the day's calculations, not only because they nourish, but because they help bodies endure cold. Travel routes may be chosen around wind exposure, snow cover, frozen crossings, and the movement of game adapted to harsh seasons. Children, the ill, and older individuals become especially vulnerable. A day that would be merely tiring in milder conditions can become dangerous through cold alone. The body spends more simply to remain alive. In such worlds, daily life can look more mobile in one sense and more constrained in another. People may range widely, following game or seasonal openings, yet every movement is bounded by the cost of freezing, fuel shortage, and weather that punishes mistakes quickly. Heat creates a different geometry. In hotter and drier landscapes, the day may organize itself around water and timing even more strongly than in cold ones. Movement shifts toward cooler hours. Shade becomes a form of infrastructure. Certain routes exist because hidden water does. Certain places become impossible in some seasons and rich in others. Persistence hunting, careful foraging, root digging, seed use, opportunistic small prey, and the carrying of water or knowledge of where to find it can define the rhythm. The same human body that suffers in deep cold suffers differently in heat. Dehydration, sun exposure, spoilage, and the rapid exhaustion of the young or weak change decisions. A group may pause through punishing midday and resume later. Fire, so essential elsewhere, may need careful management where fuel is sparse and accidental. Spread is a threat. Again, there is no single prehistoric day. Climate bends the clock differently in each place. Coasts deserve special attention because they reveal both abundance and loss at once. Shorelines can be extraordinarily rich shellfish, fish, seabirds, eggs, marine mammals in some regions, driftwood, salt, coastal plants, easy landmarks, and relatively predictable resource patches compared with some inland environments. A day near the sea may revolve around tides, rock pools, exposed flats, fish movements, and the endless negotiation between opportunity and danger at the edge of water. Yet coasts are also unstable over long time. After the last glacial maximum, rising seas swallowed vast stretches of what had once been habitable land. Entire prehistoric worlds now lie underwater, taking with them campsites, routes, gathering grounds, and countless ordinary days that archaeology can barely recover. This is one reason our picture of early human life remains incomplete. Some of the richest coastal adaptations may be literally out of sight beneath modern seas. Forests impose another rhythm still. Dense cover hides danger and food alike. Visibility is shorter, tracking changes. Plant foods may be more varied in some places but harder to spot or access. Small game, birds, insects, fruits, nuts, and roots can matter greatly. While large prey may require ambush rather than long pursuit, firewood may be abundant, but dry ground or open sight lines scarce. Sound becomes more important. Paths are less obvious. A person in woodland may know the land not by distant horizon markers, but by intimate sequence: this bend of stream, this stand of trees, this patch of undergrowth, this fallen trunk where insects can be found, this clearing where light changes and animals pass. The day becomes dense rather than broad. Such differences matter because they show how deeply environment shapes not only what early humans do, but how they pay attention while doing it. And then there are periods of transition, often the most demanding of all. A place learned over generations begins to fail. The lake edge retreats. The old route dries. The migration no longer comes. A familiar marsh hardens into dust. Or the opposite, wetter conditions transform barren ground into temporary abundance, drawing animals and humans into new circuits of movement. The Green Sahara during wetter phases is one of the most striking examples in deep human history. Land now associated with harsh aridity once held lakes, rivers, grasslands, and animal life sufficient to support human populations whose daily routines would have looked utterly different from those later possible there. Scholars still debate many details of timing and movement across such changing zones, but the broad lesson is unmistakable. Places do not keep one meaning forever. That instability helps explain why mobility remains one of the great prehistoric skills. To move is not merely to wander, it is to preserve options. Agriculture later ties many humans to fixed plots, but most of the deeper human past belongs to populations that can respond to environmental change by shifting camp, revising seasonal rounds, opening new routes, and abandoning old certainties. This does not mean movement is easy. It is costly, tiring, dangerous, and always constrained by children, injury, weather, and knowledge. But it does mean that adaptability is built into the structure of the day. A person gathering fuel, scouting water, repairing a carrying sling, or teaching a child the route is participating in a mobile system designed not just for today's needs, but for environments that may not stay what they are. Climate change also alters social geography. As habitable zones expand or contract, human groups may meet more often or less. Competition intensifies where good land shrinks. Exchange becomes more useful where resources are patchy. Knowledge of distant places grows valuable when local certainty fails. A drying corridor may push movement toward the same river valleys. A richer interval may let populations spread into new territory. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the timing of every dispersal or interaction. But on the scale of daily life, these vast processes are felt in very local ways. There are more tracks than before, stranger smoke on the horizon, a new path worn through familiar ground. Fewer animals here, more people there. Children growing up inside such changes would learn not a fixed world but a shifting baseline. The old people say this marsh used to hold water longer, the coast used to lie farther out, the winters were not always like this, whether expressed in words, gestures, route changes, or altered camp patterns. Such memories teach that land cannot be trusted to remain itself forever. This may be one reason human cognition becomes so bound to memory and flexibility. A species living through repeated ecological transitions cannot survive by rigid habit alone. It must notice when the old pattern is broken and permit new ones to form. There is a certain melancholy in this, especially from the modern vantage point. So many early human worlds are gone not only because time has passed, but because the landscapes themselves have transformed beyond recognition. River systems vanished, grasslands drowned, lakes dried, volcanic ash buried paths, forests advanced and withdrew, islands formed, land bridges disappeared. The day of an early human on a now submerged coastal plain cannot be visited again except through fragments. Yet that loss also highlights something durable. Humans remained, not unchanged, not unaffected, not invulnerable, but capable of carrying daily life across radically altered settings. That endurance should not be romanticized too quickly. Many groups surely failed, retreated, or disappeared under pressures too strong to absorb. Strange species vanished. Human relatives like Neanderthals and Denisovans left traces and then receded into the lineage, some of their genes surviving in us. Much of their daily life gone. Whole local traditions must have ended when the environment sustaining them disappeared. The record is full of adaptation, but also of loss. No single explanation fully accounts for why some populations endured while others faded. Climate, competition, disease, demographic fragility, interbreeding, technology, social networks, and luck all likely played roles. Still, at the daily level, the mechanism of endurance remains familiar by now. Fire tended, water found, children carried, routes revised, food sources re-evaluated, tools repaired, knowledge updated. By late in this long view, one realizes that climate is not an abstract backdrop to human history. It is one of the authors of the human day. It determines where morning begins, how far bodies can move, what food can be sought, how children are protected, when people rest, what dangers dominate, whether the camp can remain, and whether tomorrow's route resembles yesterday's. The same species becomes many local ways of living because the Earth keeps rewriting the terms. So what did early humans really do all day across deserts, coasts, forests, frozen plains, drowned shorelines, and greening wastelands? They adjusted, again and again, over generations and lifetimes. They reworked the ordinary pattern of food, fire, care, and movement to fit environments that never stopped shifting. They learned new versions of mourning, They turned changing climates into changing routines. And in that endless adaptation, the human day became one of the most flexible structures ever produced by life on Earth. By the end of this long reconstruction, the original question begins to sound less simple and more profound than it first seemed. What did early humans really do all day? On the surface, the answer is almost disappointingly plain. They looked for food, they carried water, they watched children, they repaired tools, they kept warm, they moved camp, they treated wounds, they tried not to die. But that plainness is deceptive. Inside those repeated acts lies the real architecture of human history. Because when a task is repeated not for a year or a century, but over tens of thousands of years, it does not remain merely routine. It becomes formative. It shapes the body, the mind, the group, the memory, the landscape itself. The ordinary day, repeated beyond counting, becomes the foundation from which later worlds rise. This may be the most important thing the deep human past can still teach. Civilization likes to imagine that history begins when people build walls, plant fields, write laws, and carve kings into stone. But all of that rests on a much older inheritance. Before grain storage and temples, humans already know how to live by shared labor. Before roads, they know routes. Before written calendars, they know season. Before theology, they know burial, memory, and repeated meaning. Before architecture, they know shelter. Before medicine, they know care. Before industry, they know maintenance. Before states, they know cooperation under pressure. The prehistoric day is not a crude draft of real life. It is real life in its longest and most enduring form. Every small act carries forward. A child learning which route can be dug after rain is also learning to trust memory transmitted by others. A person repairing a point before sleep is practicing foresight. A group sharing the uneven returns of gathering and hunting is rehearsing social obligation. A burial is an early statement that not all value ends at bodily usefulness. A fire tended through the night is a lesson in continuity, in carrying one day into the next. A route adjusted because water failed is a lesson in adaptation rather than denial. Taken one by one, these things seem modest. Taken together, they describe a species that is already becoming what it still is: intensely cooperative, deeply dependent on learned knowledge, vulnerable to environmental change, and unusually able to survive by turning memory into structure. The traces of those ordinary days survive all around the later human world, though most people no longer recognize them. The kitchen is a transformed hearth. The road is a formalized route. The classroom descends, in some very distant sense, from the long prehistoric education of children near adults at work. The workshop, the nursery, the clinic, the storehouse, the map, the weather report, the family meal, the funeral, the story told at night, the mended tool kept for one more use, all of them have ancestors in the much older human pattern. The scale changes, the materials change, institutions arise and eventually bury their own origins under stone, paper, metal, and code. But beneath that complexity, something older remains. Human life is still full of the same basic dependencies, only disguised by abundance or infrastructure when things are going well. And perhaps that is why prehistoric life feels at once so distant and so unsettlingly familiar. We do not live as early humans lived. Most people no longer wake afraid of losing the fire or failing to find water before noon. Yet the deeper pattern has not vanished. We are still bodies that need food, warmth, shelter, care, skill, and one another. We still inherit knowledge we did not personally discover. We still rely on invisible maintenance. We still become fragile when the systems around us fail. We still tell ourselves stories to make uncertainty bearable. We still raise children slowly into a dangerous world they must learn to read. The details are different, but the structure is ancient. There is also a kind of humility in realizing how much of human success was built not by extraordinary days, but by ordinary ones that went well enough. Not triumph, but adequacy. Not the spectacular hunt alone, but the steady gathering that prevented hunger from becoming crisis. Not invention in the grand heroic sense, but endless repair. Not one brilliant leader, but many capable people doing enough for one another to get through another cycle of light and dark. Scholars still debate the finer points of many prehistoric behaviors, and the evidence will always remain incomplete in places. But no single explanation is needed for the broad truth that emerges. Human history was built from repeated small competencies sustained across immense time. That truth also sharpens the tragedy of what has been lost. So many ways of spending a day disappeared without leaving names. Entire human relatives vanished. Landscapes drowned or dried. Campsites eroded. Languages that were never written fell silent forever. The gestures by which one elder corrected a child's hands, the exact rhythm of an evening story, the smell of a particular shelter after rain, the arrangement of bodies around a fire on a cold night. 50,000 years ago, none of these can be fully recovered. Archaeology gives outlines, not full weather. It can show the hearth, but not the exact tone of the voices around it. It can show the cut marks, but not the fatigue in the wrists that made them. It can show a burial, but not the private grief. That distance matters. It should keep the reconstruction honest. And yet enough remains to see the larger shape. Early humans spent their days converting uncertainty into survivable order. They did it through knowledge held in memory rather than books, through tools made by hand, through bodies exposed to weather and injury, through labour shared imperfectly but persistently, through care given even when costly, through attention to places that changed over lifetimes and centuries, and through meanings enacted before they could be fully preserved in symbol. In that sense, the long echo of prehistoric life is not any single invention. It is the human capacity to build continuity from repetition. That continuity is the real legacy of those vanished days. Farming will come later and change the rhythm. Cities will come and tighten the day around walls, rules, and stored abundance. Empires will rise and collapse. Seas will be crossed, metals forged, scriptures written, machines built. But none of that appears out of emptiness. It emerges from a creature that has already spent unimaginable ages learning how to cooperate, remember, improvise, and endure within the narrow margins of each day. The prehistoric world does not sit behind civilization like a discarded shell. It lives inside it, still, as the deep grammar of being human. So in the end, the question answers itself more quietly than expected. Early humans did not spend their days doing one dramatic thing that history later forgot. They spent them doing what humans have always done at the deepest level, waking into uncertainty, working against it together and trying to leave enough warmth, food, knowledge, and care that the next day could begin again. Word count 1541. As the light fades from this long view of the human past, what remains is not a single hunt, or a single hearth, or a single vanished landscape, but the rhythm that joins them all. Morning cold, hands moving, children watching, smoke rising, someone walking farther than comfort allows, someone staying behind to tend what must not fail, someone remembering where the water used to be, someone teaching without ceremony, someone making a damaged thing usable for one more day. Then evening, and the small circle of warmth gathered again against a world that never once promised to be easy. Time has erased almost all of their names. It has taken their voices, their jokes, their private fears, their exact ways of loving the places that kept them alive. It has drowned some of their coasts, buried some of their camps, and scattered the rest into broken stone, ash, pigment, and bone. But the shape of their days still lingers. It lingers in the fact that human life has always depended on more than strength. It has depended on memory, patience, repair, shared effort, and the stubborn refusal to let one another face the dark entirely alone. Perhaps that is the final image worth keeping. Not a heroic tableau, and not a brutal caricature, but a quieter scene. The fire has burned low, the wind outside the shelter or camp edge has softened, the work of the day is done as much as it can be. Nearby, children sleep, tools lie ready for morning. Someone shifts in the half-dark, waking just enough to feed the embers. Beyond the reach of the light, the old world stretches outward full of danger, cold, hunger, distance, and change. But here, for a few hours, there is warmth held in common. There is food enough for now, there is memory carried forward, there is another dawn still possible. And for most of human history, that was everything.